Certainly, and it's making that right move and keeping yourself in the right spot to take advantage of that here today.
The top 5 in points qualified 1 through 5. That hasn't happened since 1996. They put a lot of effort into this race. Time for today's pre-race ceremonies from Indy.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as service members from the Indiana National Guard present our nation's colors. Fans, please welcome Harrison Beckman from Harvest Church for today's invocation.
Almighty God, maker of heaven and earth, you alone are worthy of worship. Thank you for giving us the joy of sport. Thank you for the talent and the competitive spirit you've given each driver and their crews. We ask for safety for every person here today. Lord, we ask for unity and righteousness in our country in light of the events of last weekend. May evildoers face justice, and may our land have peace. I ask you to redeem all who are lost through the gospel of Jesus Christ, crucified and risen again. To you alone be all glory and honor and power. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome a proud Indianapolis native and four-chair turner from season 24 of The Voice, Ephraim Owens.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Woo! America, what is up, motherfuckers and party people? How is everybody doing today? Hope you guys are having a great fucking day. Today, we have the Brickyard 400 from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The race is supposed to be on NBC, but there is a special report going on as Biden actually just dropped out of the race for presidency. So he has dropped out, and
they're the most reliable 5G network.
there's like a special report on that. I don't know why they have to fucking interrupt NASCAR. But the race is on USA right now, so
Expressed to the president privately.
yeah, they're still.
Polling showed he was unlikely to win come November. Might that have had an
Applebee's mozzarella sticks are just 50.
I don't know why that's even a thing. Special reports. You're going out soon during the Brickyard 400.
Watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
I was born to live in the limelight, but psoriasis kept me in the shadows until I got clearer skin with Bimzelx. Most people got 100% clear skin, some after the first dose.
Serious side effects, including suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them. Liver problems and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to.
Start to get yourself back with Bimzelx.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx today.
Queen Diva.
You ready?
Oh, yes, go. Come on, let's go.
Ready to rise?
Oh, no, it's sports show and wrestling again? Well, that sucks.
Above perceptions. If so, we're looking for you. Join us at Toyota Racing. If this is your idea of ladylike, you're gonna fit right in. Join us at Toyota Racing.
If you thought one napkin for the quarter pounder with cheese was enough, it's not enough.
It's not Law and Order. It says Law and Order, but it's not Law and Order. Like I said, there's a special report on NBC right now because of Biden dropping out of the race. I don't know why special reports even exist. I think it's the dumbest thing ever. Why should you be able to interrupt coverage from somebody else? Like, but yes, the race is on USA right now. I'm assuming it would switch back over to NBC at some point, but for right now, it's on USA.
We just won in Indy. What's up? Just really glad to be able to do it here in Indianapolis. Oh man, it's such a dream come true.
Let's go kiss those bricks. Who will be next at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
Actually, a really good crowd on hand today.
The drivers lined up today
For NASCAR at Indy.
Ryan Blaney has as good a shot as anybody. Some say the race last week at Pocono was a good comparison to this.
Yeah, everyone, like, special news reports, I guess, kind of would have made sense like 20 years ago. But nowadays, it's like, dude, A, it doesn't even affect my life. I don't fucking care about politics. I care about NASCAR. That's all I care about. Oh, I probably should fix this.
2018. That win was a dream come true for Brad, but he said it really didn't sink in until 2 weeks
And then I probably should turn on
the previous Brickyard 400 and
this.
500 winners took a
There we
photo
go.
together. He said there are no slouches on that list.
So yes, like I said, as of right now,
it's the
on USA.
names in motorsports who have won on the Indy Oval. You're seeing that picture right there. Most of them champions. And Marty, he said it feels good to be on that list.
DJ, as a two-time Brickyard 400 winner, what's one piece of advice you would give the drivers today?
Yeah, I think the best thing, and I've told a number of these drivers as they asked me some things about driving around here, I said, your best friend is exit of turn 2 and turn 4. That's where you make the most speed, and don't do anything crazy early in this race.
In the garage this morning, who are you hearing as the favorites?
Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick have the 2 fastest cars here.
Just 5 chances to claim a spot in the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs, and today, one of NASCAR's crown jewel trophies is on the line. Let's get the engines fired in Indianapolis for the Brickyard 400.
And now to give the command to start engines for the 30th anniversary of the Brickyard 400, presented by PPG, we direct your attention to the victory podium and PPG guest Brian Kaner.
Drivers, start your engines!
Engines are fired, baby. Let's go.
Here at the world's most famous speedway, simply known as the
Are they still doing the special report?
Bricks is all that's left.
On the vice president, they've already started doing their own.
That's so lame, dude.
At the Brickyard, but it's so difficult to do. And for many years, until August 6th of 1994, it was only open wheel racing here. That's when 42 of my friends and I were able to bring the NASCAR world to this very speedway. We got together for a photo earlier today. A lot of fun seeing those guys. But you remember how that 94 race turned out? Hometown hero Jeff Gordon was able to win that. 95 brought Dale Earnhardt Sr. his Brickyard 400 win. Then in 1996, it was my time to shine. Was able to come here, bring our crew here, and kiss the bricks. Who will be doing that at the end of this day? Before we can get to the finish, though, we've got to get to the green flag, which is next.
Who's up for a little bit of chaos? A dash of drama, a touch of temper. Who's down to take it to the streets, to bring the triangle, to hit the bricks? Who's game for a little fireworks between friends? See, that's a trick question. With the playoffs coming, there are no friends.
Tee up the perfect gift for the golfer in your life with Golf Now gift cards. Personalize the gift card for any occasion and choose to send it now or later. Give the golfer in your life over 11,000 courses to pick from for their next round at the #1 place to book tee times. And when they tee off, they'll only have you to thank. Buy a Golf Now gift card instantly on golfnow.com or in the Golf Now app.
I know what you're thinking. Right in a grocery store, celebrities really are just like us. We're not. I'm just here to make a point. As a papertarian, I crush it in a place like this. Now you've got to pay attention to the packaging. If it comes in paper, it comes from a renewable resource. I'll recycle you later.
First person to check out with only paper products wins a yacht. Paper.
So
how come you became a papertarian?
the engines are fired here. The stages, stage 1 is 50 laps, so that'll be lap 50. Stage 2 is also 50 laps, so that'll be lap 100. And then the final stage is 60 laps.
So like looking at it? For sure. So if maintaining forests maintains my happy place, yeah, I'm gonna be a papertarian. Living room? Sanctuary. Bathroom? Sanctuary. Other living room? Well, that's just extra. In America, we have private forests. So when you choose this, the forest people will replenish that. So those outdoor creatures can stay where they belong.
Fuel run is about 40 to 43 laps. Syndic is to the rear for repairs, and so is Truex. Truex also has a pass-through penalty after the first lap. So, fuck Truex.
Here's 3 NASCAR Hall of Famers who know all too well how much the Brickyard means to a driver.
The Brickyard 400 is more than just a race. It's a NASCAR cornerstone. We welcome the return to the Oval for its 30th anniversary. 1994.
The Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus.
I got confused
those
for a
core
second.
Constituencies.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The magnitude of the event made it unforgettable.
When that day finally happened, it felt like an eternity. It was everything you dreamed it would be. I didn't care if I fell off the road fence. You could see everybody.
I always hold Indy in my heart. The 2006 Brickyard was one of my most meaningful wins, especially after a devastating wreck the previous year.
That's by far the hardest selling I've taken.
Coming back stronger, Indy leader made the victory even sweeter.
On this hallowed ground, it takes skill and endurance, resilience and passion to kiss the bricks. A reminder that some traditions are too significant to let go.
The voices of Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, and
Alrighty.
Johnson between
So, win picks for today. I have Tyler Reddick winning. Dom also has Tyler Reddick winning. And Jaden has Denny Hamlin winning. Dom's starting spot. As you guys know, he does that starting spot thing with his work. 17 and 22. So that is Bubba Wallace and Ty Dillon.
Has an extra incentive to win. With 5 races left in the regular season, they have to win to make the playoffs. McDowell said it's the only thing they have been thinking about for the last 2 months, Dave.
Alex Bowman has won, Kim, and is now into the playoffs thanks to that Chicago street course win. You see him there in row 7. He should have been on page 1, according to crew chief Blake Harris. Our practice, uneventful. Our speed, good. But going into turn 3, Alex felt he needed to lift just a touch to save the race car and not crash it. He has a complete race car. It's starting a little further back than maybe it could have. Marty?
Dave, when it came to race pace on Friday, Chris Buescher felt like he had a top 10 car, but qualifying did not go so well. He will start 23rd, so he has some work to do, but there is confidence in the 17 camp that they can race their way to the front. 700th Cup Series start for Kyle Busch, who will start 34th. I talked to Randall Burnett's crew chief this morning.
I don't get how so many people are so stupid. Like, how are you just so stupid? Because I'm reading on Twitter right now, like, everybody's like, where's the race on? What channel is the race on? I can't watch the race right now. What's the channel the race on? It's like if you use 2 brain cells. As soon as the special report came on, I waited 1 minute, 2 minutes to see if it would come back. And then after that, I realized it wasn't coming back. So I switched over to USA Network. Not that hard. If you used 2 fucking brain cells.
Well, we need to find out where we can decide who's faster. So, in 1909, this facility is built. You think about that. Over 100 years old, there has been racing going on. But since 1994, this has been one of NASCAR's crown jewels, the Brickyard 400.
This racetrack means so much to so many. It's perhaps the most famous racetrack in the world. And if you're a race car driver, those are the stages you want to win on. You want to win at the big events, and this is certainly one of them because of the respect, the reverence you have for the things that have done before NASCAR got here. IndyCar, open wheel, they made history here. You want to add on to that, and you definitely want to follow Dale Jarrett's tradition and get in there and kiss those bricks.
You know, every sporting event has something that makes the magic to the recipe. For some, it's the venue. For some, it's the fans. For some, it's the team. Here in Indianapolis, it's that special sauce. The first time I was able to walk out Gasoline Alley, nobody could tell me what to expect. I had to feel it for myself. And you walk out there and you see this front straightaway with grandstands on the inside and the outside, and you start to recognize a facility that every hero I had growing up performed at. And the thought that you had the same opportunity is really what kind of set the stage. And that's what you hear when you hear the greats talk about this place, is how much it means. And those greats, I think, is what sets the stage for the youngsters.
You can't watch the broadcast, but you can watch Larson, which is better.
Today, there are 11 drivers that have never raced on this oval. So think about that. They're at the highest level of stock car racing, and today will be the first time that they get to be and race on the Brickyard. So those drivers looking forward to it, but also the veterans. There are drivers like Brad Keselowski and Kyle Busch. We mentioned Jimmy Johnson, drivers that have won here. They know the importance. And so as the drivers are working their way around this racetrack now, getting ready for the starts of the Brickyard 400, celebrating the 30th anniversary, and we welcome you to NBC as we're getting ready for the start. Let's dial up Denny Hamlin, who is a driver.
Oh, is it on NBC now?
Has not been able, and maybe we should wait on this because they're going to come to pit.
On that communication from the
yes, okay.
The crew chief,
so the race is now on NBC.
So that he can maximize his pit road speeds. We do not want to get in the middle of that and then get blamed if he does not win the Brickyard 400. So we're gonna stay out of their way a little bit.
And even pit road speed, one of the many storylines we're going to follow. It's 10 miles an hour slower than years past at the oval. It seems insignificant until you're the driver that goes.
The race has now moved to NBC. That special report is over.
You know, there's no button that you press and the car goes down pit road and at a certain speed. You have to manually do that by looking at your tachometer. So it takes a lot of attention to detail. Just give them that space.
Pit road speed is 45 miles per hour. We'll see speeds upwards of 190 to 195 miles an hour when they enter turns 1 and turns 3 here. So that is a big slowdown to get down to pit road speed.
Yeah, long pit road, but narrow. And it really becomes evident when you put these cars on here. It doesn't really jump out at you in the Indy cars taking the oval just because of the size of the vehicle. But when you put these stock cars on this pit road, you see right there, it's really like a 2-lane road. It's not a highway like at some locations. This is a 2-lane back road, and every year we seem to have a stack up on pit road or an accident.
You take a lap 20 update on fastest driver. Yeah, I'll give that out. Actually, I won't because I don't even. It's so hard to find out who the fastest driver is. You mean like the leader, or like the fastest lap? If you want the leader, I can do that. Fastest lap. They don't just openly tell me the fastest lap on here. I literally have to go through every name. And
pit road. Let's see if we can talk to the driver who still is looking for his very first Brickyard 400. This is the one crown jewel that he's missing.
Hey, Danny, it's Burton up in the booth. You with us?
I got you.
All right, bud. Hall of Fame career, trying to get that first Brickyard 400 win. What would it mean to you?
Well, I've kind of been saying all week that, win gear just extends, your introduction after you're done racing. With that introduction, they tell you about all your accolades, and certainly winning the Brickyard would add to that. So we'd like to get that done today.
Well, we'll be riding with you. Thank you, buddy. Have a good day.
And we'll be embedded with the 11 team in the second stage. But right now, let's hear from the crew chief of the 11, Marty.
Yeah, let's chat with the crew chief side of the 11-team combo, Chris Gabehart. You know, Chris, at Pocono last week, it was a wide-open playbook in terms of strategy for you crew chiefs. Is it that open today here at Indianapolis?
Well, it's less because pit road speed takes longer to roll, and the lap time is just about 3 seconds slower. While that doesn't sound a lot, that does change the game quite a bit in terms of numbers. But one thing that doesn't change the game is this is a Brickyard. This is one of those races that is bigger than stage wins. It's bigger than points. And most everybody here will be thinking that way. Track position is going to be a lot harder to come by than even Pocono. So I imagine strategy will be ramped up accordingly.
If there's one thing that is in your control that could be a key to winning the race today, what would that be?
Just no mistakes. Yes, there's going to be a lot of strategy calls, but for us on the 11 car, especially when we've got a car as fast as we have today, to give ourselves a shot to win most weeks, we just have to not make any mistakes.
So yes, they will have to pit under green during every stage because the fuel runs about 40 to 43 laps.
Every week, and that's hard to do. So the key for us will be to execute
79 degrees with partly cloudy skies in Speedway, Indiana.
With Chase Briscoe and his race team today, and that's where we find Dave Burns.
So let's start with the driver himself, Marty. Indiana's own Chase Briscoe, a favorite son of the state, if you will. Born and raised 90 miles south in Mitchell, a small town maybe nearing 5,000 these days. He was raised on racing. In fact, his grandpa Richard was a sprint car owner. His dad Kevin won 150 times in a sprint car, and Friday night they returned to their roots at Bloomington Speedway. Chase raced his 410 wing sprint, and the next generation, 2.5-year-old Brooks, yeah, he helped out. Dad didn't win, but he saw Dad drive to his 6th place finish. Now a win today for this family would mean so much. Chase has some work to do starting 20th, but it's a possibility. Dreams can happen here, Kim.
Dave, it's been a tough start to the weekend for Martin Truex Jr., who's making what will likely be his last Brickyard 400 start. The team made an adjustment after going through tech that NASCAR did not approve of, so the team had their car chief ejected. They'll drop to the rear and do a pass-through penalty, and they also lost their pit stall selection, which is so key here in Indianapolis. So it's going to be an uphill battle. Crew Chief James Small said the first task for this team is to stay on the lead lap, and an early caution would be ideal for them.
Take a look at the playoff standings. 5 races remaining in the regular season. Everybody's name in yellow. They're locked in because of a win. And then you look at the points. Martin Truex Jr. In his retirement year is, I would say, comfortably above that line. But Chastain and Wallace, 27 points separate the two.
Is there a way to get the caution box on the NASCAR website bigger?
Let's
No.
listen in to the driver, the number 12, one of the Penske drivers here at Indianapolis. Very important as they get their pep talk.
I mean, why do you need it bigger? Just if you can't see it, you're literally blind.
Got a battle whenever comes our way. I don't know, it's going to get mixed up a lot, so just try to stay in the game. Keep fighting. Good job last week.
Oh, you mean like on your website that you're using? I thought you were talking about on mine.
Win at Pocono a week ago. Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief, a Purdue grad. So he's got ties to the state of Indiana.
You know, we talk a lot about the return of the oval. We have to just remember this is the first time we've seen this style of NASCAR car, this next-gen car. A little different aerodynamics, wider tires.
The lights are off on the pace car. We're getting ready to go. I'm getting ready to crack open a cold one.
But how do they race? How do they work around one another? And you even heard Gabehart mention it to Marty. You know, all we have to do is be mistake-free. And then he followed up with, but that's really easy to say, really hard to do. This track really kind of forces you into mistakes.
Yeah, and the drivers, they don't know what to expect. They're going to drive into turn 1. This is the first time they've been around this many cars on this racetrack. That takes all the downforce away from your car. It is not going to drive as well as it did in practice yesterday, but they don't know how bad it's going to be. because this is as Steve said, this is the first time. So we're going to be seeing them learn on the fly who can make the right adjustments from a driving standpoint and also from a team standpoint to get their car and their driver where they need to be at the right time in this race.
It's important to do anything better than your competitors when you come to Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Alrighty, here we go.
Emotional Tyler Reddick yesterday with the pole. He's in the 45. The right side of these lines coming at you, the inside line. Denny Hamlin on the outside. They make up row number 1. As we're getting ready for the start of the Brickyard 400 from Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Green flag is in the air. We are racing from Indianapolis. And just a reminder, guys, if you see anything on your screens before I see it, don't say anything until you hear me talk about it on my stream. Spoilers will get you banned.
Tyler Reddick in the 45, surging ahead of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. The draft will be important. We'll see some getting out of line, some getting in line. William Byron under attack in the 24.
So what we talked about, you can see some guys just thinking they have to run the bottom of the racetrack. Others trying to make that second lane work. Christopher Bell trying to make a move. That black and white car at the back of your screen did not work, and look to what's happened. Kind of slowed that whole line up.
19 of Mark Truex Jr. had a penalty in inspection earlier, so they had to come to pit road and do a pass-through penalty. We see him on pit road.
Got that bottle of vodka.
All in line again. And these early laps.
I was 23 seconds ahead of your TV?
Around this racetrack. We are right along with highpoint.com on board.
That's, unless you might have been streaming. Maybe that's why.
Chase Briscoe trying to figure out where he wants to run. You can see as he gets a little bit closer down the straightaway with that draft. Now 2 wide in front of him. Now he's got to really be careful to hit his marks. Those cars get side by side. It takes all the air away from your car.
For the Larson Cam, you're on time.
All the way out of gas, misses the groove.
He was right on the back bumper of A.J. Allmendinger. That number 16 took the air off the front of the car.
Well, and the lift you heard is why the 17 easily cleared. Briscoe, now he's under attack as well by that Bass Pro car you see on the bottom. I believe that's the 10 of Noah Gragson. So 2 positions lost with that 1 mistake.
Gilliland, black number 38. Here comes Carson Hocevar in the 77. Both going by the 99 of Suarez.
If you lose, you have to breathe that throttle. They're going to gang up on you. They're going to fly by you on the straights. You have to leave these corners with acceleration. Especially right now, Steve, when everybody's packed up on these restarts.
It's a test of patience, really, because you feel you can make a move on the car in front of you. You see Chastain and Suarez teammates side by side. The 99 gives the spot. It's right to the bottom to protect. Keeping the 33 of Ty Dillon behind him. Eric Jones, the green and white car behind him.
Reddick has a 3/10 of a second lead over Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson. Michael McDowell running in the 5th position right now, 2.4 seconds back. Registry on board giving us this vantage point from right above the splitter for Austin Dillon, right on that front bumper.
One thing very special about this racetrack is this surface. It is so smooth. Jeff, you and I were out there earlier in the weekend. I mean, it feels like a freshly paved highway. It's not freshly paved. It's just so well cared for. No real bumps, no real ripples.
Austin Dillon trying to figure out where he wants to run. Is it better to be a little bit higher, try to get a little downforce off the right side of the vehicle in front of you, or run a little bit lower? And when I say that,
Don't do what Sam is doing. You're right, guys. Don't do what I'm doing. Don't do the weed thing.
Inches that you're trying to negotiate at a high rate of speed. If you're trying to carry too much speed, then you do miss those marks.
Don't do drugs. You see what it turned me into? I'm just a fat ass who streams himself watching TV.
After starting pretty deep in this field, Kyle Busch qualified 34th. Wow. He in and out of the gas?
Yeah, really working the throttle. See the challenge. Now here comes the run. Does he defend? Does he stay in line?
Luckily my back isn't hurting today. My back was hurting like a bitch yesterday.
Take a look at the progressive telemetry. We mentioned the speeds that you could see here. There will be shifting through the turn, 164 miles an hour. And down this front stretch, will he get to 200? 201 before he gets out of the gas.
And the draft, we talk a lot about the air for the downforce, Jeff, in the corners. But the draft on these cars is real. Like, that's 201 for a car back in traffic. I'm not sure you'll see 201 out of the leader. Faster through the corner with the clean air, but I'm not
Kyle
sure
Busch is the weed man.
on the straightaway would match. Well, you can see him closing that gap. See the one car on the outside, the 33 car. Dillon underneath.
If I streamed your 2000 website TV stuff.
Not with the pace we would expect of that car early in this race, and remember, he is in a tight point battle.
Maybe I will.
He is right on that
because I mean,
just ahead of Bubba Wallace, getting past.
Yeah, there's gonna be no races for it's really 3 weeks.
This is not the
because honestly, kind of 4 weeks. A week till next week, that week, and then the whole week up until race. Like, so it's pretty much like kind of 4 weeks.
He's willing to make that block and put himself in jeopardy for 30 seconds. And that shows you the intensity of this racing.
And I'm not looking forward to it. I'm going to embrace this race while it's happening because once it's over, we got no NASCAR for a while.
Gain a spot. Make sure to switch over if you're watching on USA to NBC.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America.
Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. Your mission is our purpose.
You're unbelievable.
Applebee's mozzarella sticks are just 50 cents for a limited time.
You're so unbelievable.
Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Maybe I would.
Blocked from watching the big match?
I mean, I'm going to be streaming baseball,
Save the day by
obviously,
using the Bank of
during
America customized cash
the
rewards
Olympic break.
card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
I was born to live in the limelight, but psoriasis kept me in the shadows until I got clearer skin with Bimzelx. Most people got 100% clear skin, some after the first dose.
Serious side effects, including suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them. Liver problems and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to.
Start to get yourself back with Bimzelx.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx today.
Queen Diva. You ready?
Ready to rise to the challenge above perception.
I might stream the USA men's basketball game. That might be fun.
Join us at Toyota Racing. If this is your
Because it's pretty much an NBA All-Star game.
You're gonna feel fit right in. Join us at Toyota Racing.
If you thought one napkin for the quarter pounder with cheese was
Yeah, I think Thursday is like a day where I really have like literally nothing to stream, and it's like a day off. So. No NASCAR for August 11th is when the next race is. You just renewed your YouTube TV, and NASCAR and NFL is literally the only reason you have it. Yeah.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide. Take NASCAR on the go with Xfinity Mobile. Whether you're in the grandstands or high above this racetrack, Dave Aerial coverage brought to you by Shady Rays. Showing the Brickyard 400 here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Out front, it's Tyler Reddick, but a pass for second where Chase Elliott was able to get by Denny Hamlin. Here's how he did it.
Yeah, a little bit of a run. You see the 11 move down to kind of block. But he just, I think that's enough. Almost like he was trying to give him the top. Afraid another car, Michael Myers.
Yeah, NFL Network is like desperate for content during the off season. They literally just like try to predict everything. I literally saw like there was like a show on NFL Network that was predicting what the team's schedules would be. Like, that is the dumbest shit ever. Just wait for the schedule to come out instead of trying to predict it. Like, what? You're that desperate for content?
And that's where the pass happened on the backstretch for Chase Elliott to be able to get the second spot. Now Hamlin is trying to hold Kyle Larson back there and hold on to the third spot. Meanwhile, a little further back, William Byron is sitting in seventh. And a moment ago, Rudy Fiegel had an interesting comment in regards to what you guys were talking about crashing here at Indianapolis. Listen in.
You're running as close to wake as anybody up front. Copy.
So, Jeff, why is it important for William Byron to know, hey, you can run closer to the car in front of you than almost anyone in the top 10?
Well, a couple things. Number one, he needs to understand that everybody struggles with it. He's not the only one out there. It's the magnitude in which you're struggling. So
that'd actually be cool.
The team is, this is what my car won't do, and this
play a full season of Madden on NFL Network as a yeah, that would be cool for content. Like do like all 256 games. That'd be kind of cool.
To understand, and it's impossible.
Always make bets with idiots on old games they're playing at a bar. Oh my god.
You're talking about
that is genius.
And you do that with precision, not by taking guesses.
We heard the draft. Steve, explain a little bit more of the draft for us.
Well, to understand the aerodynamics, let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car. This next-gen car has a wake like a boat, but it's much narrower, almost like a jet stream. So if you're trailing and you're looking for an advantage on the straightaway, you can get into that dirty air, that wake, and pull forward. But, Jeff, for downforce, you can move out to the left or even the right on this car.
Yeah, this car is very unique. It's different than any car NASCAR has ever had. Normally, if you move to the right like this on the car in front of you, your downforce got worse. But in this car, you get clean air, and the air runs underneath the car, and that makes downforce. So I think as this race goes on, we'll see the drivers with more options, trying different things, not just trying to get to the left of somebody, but trying to get clean air to the right.
So on board with Chase Briscoe in this 14, the highpoint.com camera. Right here, he wants to be in line, the strip swing, trying to draft up, get the advantage. But now into the corner, if the car in front gets all the way to the bottom, which he does, Briscoe has to be very, very careful. Now, I don't think the groove is wide enough to offset to the right yet. But later in the race, after restarts, this is an option to be to the right. It's more comfortable, I think, to be to the left. I'm just not sure if the groove is wide enough here in Indianapolis to allow that.
Jake. The exit of the corner he just left, too. That's his big struggle right now. It's too tight. It wants to go toward the wall when he tries to put down the gas off the corner. But you guys were talking earlier about cars getting past and then losing a lot of spots.
What kind of vodka are you drinking?
Started 20th. He's only back to 20th.
It's the Smirnoff Orange.
That wasn't big damage. His engineer, Mike Cook, told me this morning that's something Chase has really worked on. And last week at Pocono, we saw him do well at that. He got past. He didn't get flustered. He got back in line and held his position. Track position so big these days with this race car and at this racetrack today.
I'm so glad that Brickyard 400 is back.
Earlier, Chase Briscoe,
It's almost like it never left, though.
Native,
Like,
Mitchell, Indiana, about an hour and a half from here.
is orange anything besides Fanta good? I like orange everything. Like, orange is my preferred flavor, and then grape is like secondary.
Like we're racing the Tour de France. We have the leaders in the pelotons.
Except for the grape vape. The grape vape is my preferred flavor. I like the grape vape over the orange vape. But everything else, orange is like my first choice.
And he stacked the traffic up behind him, Jeff. And that's another, say, 10 cars. The end of it being Corey LaJoy, then really the third pack.
Yeah, so now you see right here, move being made. AJ Allmendinger being passed. Now,
You're not to be trusted with full bottles.
If they can this third group run that second group down?
Best orange flavor of drink? Well, I probably would just have to go with Fanta. It's just kind of like the classic.
And AJ does not like his car. He said, I have nothing to lean on. I'm wrecking every corner. When I try and turn the steering wheel, I have nothing to lean on. Any security I had in practice is gone. And AJ asked, how long before we pit? And
Oh, you mean non-Fanta?
AJ said, this is
That's like orange flavored drink that's non-Fanta?
going to be the caution.
I don't know. Yeah, AJ Allmendinger is slowing.
Billy Scott as we watch AJ Allmendinger trying to hang on to his race car there. The crew chief for Tyler Reddick this morning. He said, Steve, he would be comfortable running about
AJ's dropping like a rock.
laps on a fuel run. But I love the word you just used, Steve. The peloton. So is leading the peloton up front like Tyler Reddick is doing right now a penalty in terms of fuel consumption? And Kim, is there more with AJ Allmendinger?
Like we mentioned, AJ did not have what he needed. He needed more security, and he just was wrecking in every corner. He felt like they're bringing him down 4 fresh Goodyear tires. A big adjustment for AJ and Sunoco Fuel.
You're absolutely right, Marty. Great update.
So AJ had to pit there because he definitely had some issue. He was slow in there. Definitely had some sort of issue. Sucks I have no Abu Dhabi TV, you know, Abu Dhabi Sports, like,
I'm protecting my car.
so I can't watch during commercial.
WeatherTech is so much
They
easier.
usually can always
Laser
watch
measure
during
floor
commercial.
liners up here, seat protector and cargo liner back there. Nice. Out here, side window deflectors and mud flaps and the bump step to keep the bumper dent free.
But they're not broadcasting the race right now.
New or pre-owned. Great. But where do I order?
Bush is finally in the top 30. Good. Eric, I don't think I ever asked you. Who's your favorite driver? I don't know if I'm supposed to call you that on the internet anyway. Sorry if I just doxed you. All I said was your first name. Eric's a very common name.
And now, get here early for deals on dinner classics.
The Barn Bar. The commie's best hangout. Just got better. Here's to living smooth with the always smooth, easy drinking Keystone Light. When we're young, we're told anything is possible, but only a few of us go out and prove it.
Anna Hall is chasing down history.
Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity Mobile. Only Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds up to
So yeah, who's your favorite driver?
millions of locations.
I don't know if I asked you that.
Xfinity Internet customers can buy one
KB.
unlimited line and get one
Let's go,
free for a
KB.
year.
But you like most
Get
of
the
them.
fastest connection
I like
ever
most of them too.
with
I
Xfinity.
mean, I hate Truex
20% this year. So
and
I would say
Syndicc.
Experian Insurance Marketplace. They
And then
shop
it's like I'm not a
with over
really
40
like
top providers.
I don't
Save $800.
I don't hate them. I
Ignore
don't
me if they
dislike
find a
them.
better rate.
I like them.
And it's free.
But I'm not like a really big fan of Logano or Keselowski.
The more love
I
we
guess.
give,
Like I like them, you
the
know.
more love we feel.
But I don't
The more
like.
love we feel. The more
Like I'd
rainbows
rather
we puke.
somebody else win.
The more rainbows we puke. The more oranges we anthropomorphize. The more oranges we
But I won't be mad if they
anthropomorphize,
do
the more dear
win,
we become.
is the thing.
The more dear we become. The more friends we find. The more friends we find. The more our friends find us. The more our friends find us. The more love we feel.
You don't like
the more
Brad
love
Logano?
we feel. The more love we give.
You keep spelling Logano's name wrong.
You owe Chicago an apology.
Deep dishes
It's
for two.
Logano.
Pizza is our thing. You just had to tell America about our thin, crispy crust.
Try any of our large Chicago tavern-style recipes for just $12 each. Sorry, Chicago. No one outpizzas the Hut.
This is once in a lifetime. This is golf at the Paris Olympics. And what they're playing for is bigger than any championship.
You're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for your country.
Golf at the Paris Olympics on NBC and Peacock.
You can download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring. There's in-car cameras as well as a radio broadcast. You can upgrade to premium for full access to driver audio channels. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. All right, Steve, DraftKings Sportsbook. It's an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week, new customers can bet $5 and pocket $150 in bonus bets instantly. All you have to do is download the app and use promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Steve, you've been holding the crown in our fantasy, so talk to us a little bit about the odds.
Well, the live odds, these adjust as they run. You have Chase Elliott is the favorite, currently running second. Reddick, the leader, plus 450, so 4.5 times your money. Ryan Blaney, 9-1. Byron, 10-1. Logano and Bell, a little bit longer shots at 18-1. And Jeff, I don't know if we've seen who has the best car yet. Everybody's been very patient and been in line.
Yeah, there's a lot of racing left to go. A lot's going to happen. Pit stops, strategies, all sorts of things, restarts. It's really easy to say right now. I see Denny Hamlin peeling off coming down pit road.
Denny's pitting.
So Denny Hamlin was running in the third spot.
Yeah, about probably people are just pitting the stage, splitting the stage in half because they can go 40 to 43 laps on fuel. The stage is 50 laps, so might as well just, split the stage in half and get the maximized tires,
Every team has to come down pit road here in stage one and make a pit stop. What you have to wonder is if this going to drag other teams down pit road. Terrific look at Chris Gabehart as he's watching his driver, calling him into the pit stop to Denny Hamlin, who said his cars just got way too tight the longer they ran. And a moment ago, Billy Scott told Tyler Reddick, his driver, who's led every lap to this point, we're about 15 laps from pitting. That would be 8 laps from now. Steve, what do you think about this call by Chris Gabehart?
Well, I think it's going to bring a lot of guys in because at this point right now, you've burned the exact amount of fuel that matches the amount of time for 4 tires. So as we see Chase Elliott, Larson, when the tires are done, the jack drops, the car leaves. You don't have to wait on gas. If you ran longer, you would have longer pit stops, Marty, because the fuel required to fill your car up.
And Steve, so much pressure on these pit crews under these green.
I'll turn it up just a little bit more.
For their drivers. Chase Elliott,
is that good?
car fired off a little bit tighter than he thought it would, but it was so
it's touching the yellow on my audio thing, so
to make it to the end of here, stage one.
I think that's good.
Here, back on the oval after running the Indy 500 in the month of May, said his car was too tight in traffic. They're going to get the fuel here they need to make it to the end of stage one, and those fresh Goodyear tires.
Oh, you're back in USA? Hell yeah. How was Israel?
Qualified 5th for the Indy 500, qualified 5th for this race. You see the 11 who had been to pit road is going to get back out in front of these cars.
I think the key to the 11 car here is that he got in clean air. When he came out on the racetrack, look, there's only one car in front of him, Martin Truex Jr. He's way out in front of him. So he was able to get out, no car in front of him, make 2 laps, new tires, clean air, and those were the fastest laps he could make.
And that's not luck. That's part of the plan. Chris Gabehart, most of these teams have a predictor model to tell you where they'll rejoin the pack. Because, Jeff, to your point, that's as important as anything, right? We've seen guys, when they break traffic, they'll pick up a half a second. Just having a little bit of a clean in front. There's Chris Gabehart at the bottom, looking on board.
Riding along with Coca-Cola on board of Denny Hamlin. All right, now, how does this play into Tyler Reddick's hand and their strategy? Do they have to come to pit road here quickly?
I don't know if they have to. Leading the race, he's running pretty good lap times overall. William Byron's, we're going to see. I mean, this is basically what it looks like. Byron's a lap down to the 45 currently. We'll see if these new tires work for the 24. He's definitely right on the bumpers. We see Truex now pit. Remember, Truex served a pass-through, Kim, so he was way behind the field.
Yeah, and Truex just needing a little bit more on the rear.
Truex is pitting. Ty Dillon's pitting. Blaney's pitting.
12 with Ryan Blaney hitting pit road.
Stenhouse, Harrison, and Chris Buescher are pitting.
And the exit turn, so they'll give him an adjustment for that, send him back on his way.
So this right here is what we talked about. So William
the leaders still haven't pit yet. Tyler Reddick still hasn't pit,
He does not have clean air. He can go no faster than Reddick right now. So Getting behind him versus in front of him is a big difference. And the big loser so far, Chase Elliott.
So yeah, Byron already pit, so he's a lap down. He's trying to pass. Yeah, he passes Reddick to get back on the lead lap.
So it's interesting because you have to use the warm-up lane to turn 1 and turn 2, which I think Chase Elliott did.
Thoughts on the NBA Cup? Well, it's the same thing that it was this year, but it's just now a different name. I think the NBA Cup as a name is kind of dumb, but I think the whole thing is dumb. That's been my thought the whole time. I thought the in-season tournament was stupid. So, yeah, I think the NBA Cup, which is the same thing, but now called the NBA Cup, it's all dumb.
This is what Alan Gustafson wants clarification.
It's literally the
on,
dumbest
Steve.
thing.
Right here, he wants to know, was it when we came up in the center of the corner? And right now, they're telling him it was in turn 2. That's where your blend line penalty came from. But Alan Gustafson still wants to talk to officials to understand why that happened.
So turn 2, this is turn 2. The nine's clearly on the access road. Does he slide across the grass? No. That looks good to me. The only thing that could be in question is between turns 1 and 2. Now, from races past, don't believe that the 9 did anything different than I have seen. I've seen cars make the big arc, but the argument could be made that crossing over that second white line, you are now on the racing.
So Bowman's the first car lap down right now.
Before the exit of turn 2,
here comes Chase. He's pitting.
Either way, penalty served from the 9.
Oh, he's serving his penalty. It's 2 straight weeks with a penalty for Chase Elliott. He hadn't had a penalty for like 91 races until last week, and now Chase has 2 penalties in a row.
What is the clarification? You can hear he's not mad, he's not yelling, he needs to understand, because the verbiage of how it reads is you have to use the access lane before you can enter the track. Now, I think the 9 has done what we have seen in years past. NASCAR obviously not agreeing. Marty.
And Chase Elliott's hot, as you can imagine, Steve. He said, I studied the sheet they sent to me yesterday. I did exactly what they told me I could do. So they told him right now to stay below the white line on the outside right there. Trey Poole, his spotter, said stay below that line. Chase Elliott did it that time. But Chase again saying, I did exactly what NASCAR said I could do on the sheet yesterday. I followed it to a T. He is really upset.
He actually asked this question this morning because we've seen multiple times how this happens, and NASCAR felt they had communicated with the drivers to tell them what the rule would be.
The Chase is a lap down now.
Let's listen
I know
to
this
Chase
says 2
Elliott.
laps down, but I think once it refreshes, it'll say 1 lap down.
They sent out the sheet yesterday to do exactly what they tell us to do.
Yeah, so NASCAR is saying that all 4 have to be below the second white line. Cannot access the racetrack.
Well, the verbiage of the sheet he's referring to is the handout, and the exact term is you must use the access road until the
Chase is in 35th now,
That's what's
1
printed
lap
on the
down.
sheet. So NASCAR feels when he goes driver's right of the second white line, he's no longer on the access road. That would be how they officiated this situation.
Yeah, Chase Elliott was pissed on the radio. Commercial break.
What can I see with a telescope from Cedar Lake?
This is your old neighborhood, right?
This is where I grew up.
Check this out. Imagine Little Italy in 1954.
Summarized this.
It starts with an empty prompt.
Yeah, there it is.
And the most advanced AI at your fingertips.
You're unbelievable.
Applebee's mozzarella sticks are
Kyle Busch is in the top 20.
limited time.
You're so unbelievable.
Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
If your answer to the summer heat is let it rain, we're looking for you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
Ally has savings buckets to help you save for anything you want to buy. Because everyone has something they're saving for. Like that new car. Or a fancy vacation. Or party supplies. Your delivery budget. Or even the down payment on your dream home. Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
Thanks, Dale. Won't you come? I'm playing that song.
Premiere September on FX. Stream on Hulu.
An experienced QPC eater knows you should never let the ketchup that falls from the hot and juicy burger go to waste.
Won't you come and wash the rain away? Son, won't you come? Won't you come? That's a cool song.
The Brickyard 400 on NBC. Want to take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap. It's been turned by Denny Hamlin. Back on lap 26. A time of under 50 seconds. An average speed around this racetrack at over 180 miles an hour.
And those fast laps that Jeff mentioned about in the clean air, I believe is going to get the 11 the lead of this race when it cycles around. Reddick currently leads. But, you know, Hamlin's up to 16th, about 50 seconds behind the leader. Kim.
And Drew Blickenserver crew chief for Noah Gragson elected to keep count.
How's your knee doing? Oh, it's doing really great. I've been to 2 races, and I walked on it just fine. I had the brace on then. But actually, the doctor said I could take it off in 3 months. And the 3 months mark was like June 20th or something. But I still wore it an extra 2 weeks just to be careful. And then this week was the first time that I worked without my knee brace. And I did fine. I worked 3 shifts, so. Yeah, it was, it's really good. I mean, it still feels not like it feels weird. It feels weird still, but like it's not bad.
The gap right now.
Tyler Reddick's pitting.
41 seconds behind
So the leader pits. Michael McDowell is taking the lead now.
Michael McDowell is in front of the field here at Indianapolis. Marty's coming to you.
Yeah, and Billy Scott just told Tyler Reddick a moment ago, who, when you lead every lap, Rick, as you can guess, did not have any complaints about the race car. But he said, we're going to do 4 tires here. You're going to have to wait on fuel. You see Denny Hamlin coming through turns 3 and 4 right now. This is a long pit road, Steve. I don't see how this works out, that the 45 will cycle anywhere close to where Denny Hamlin is, because he's already on the front stretch, and Reddick's going to have to wait on fuel and now left side tires as well.
Yeah, the 11 of Denny Hamlin, bottom of your screen, is going to be the leader in this race when this cycles around.
Denny just went by, as a matter of fact, before Reddick was even able to get off of pit road. Now he still has to take the access road.
The difference, though, is Tyler Reddick's car is now full at lap 38. Denny Hamlin's was full at lap 24. So that means under yellow, back to my point about caution flag pit stops, Reddick might be able to do something then. We'll just have to wait and see how it works out. But Hamlin doing a nice job, but now he has a mirror full of Kyle Larson, Dave.
Michael McDowell assumed the race in the 34 car, but now he comes to pit road. His car early on was loose in the driver's opinion. At the end, just a little bit free and clean air, so possibly going the right direction. You do want it to be a little bit uncomfortable here at the start of a run.
And why does everybody not come right away? You're looking for that good break, and that good break would be a yellow. If you're one of these cars that don't have track position, and you get that yellow, you can pit under yellow. Unlike some other tracks, you don't stay on the lead lap, right? Most people, when they pit, lost a lap to Tyler Reddick.
It's a very difficult pit road to get to. You have to carry as much speed as possible. Joey Logano locking the front tires up to get down to pit road speed. That doesn't matter much under this situation, but if you get in there and you're trying to do a quick fuel only, not change tires, that could put you in a position that you have to, because you may have flat spotted those front tires. In this situation, they're going to change them anyway. But later in the race, if you're trying to play that strategy, drivers going to have to be a little more careful.
Remember, pit road speed's 45 miles an hour. It's like coming off of an interstate, going right into a neighborhood.
Hamlin's back up to 4th. Oh, yeah, fuck Syndic. He got a penalty. Too fast entering. After he got sent to the rear, he was already having a bad day. Fuck him.
He was too fast.
He sucks.
Pit road, so he'll have to do a penalty.
And he had a good race car in practice. Ended up getting in the wall.
So BJ McLeod is out of this race. I don't know why.
You start making mistakes and it compounds on you. Well, let's make it up.
Let's not forget, that's really where Kyle Larson's Indy 500 got away from him. Was pit road speeding down. It looked like he was going to have a top 10 run. Larson looks really good on this run. He's run the 11 down, kind of with a little bit of clean air and through traffic. Dave.
Corey LaJoie on pit road, Christopher Bell on pit road, giving up the lead, and they were calling for 2 right side tires only to be changed on Christopher Bell's car. So service is complete for Bell. He now leaves pit road and will head back out. But no, he's coming in here. Here it is. To the line, and will they change this to 2? That was the plan. Bell said his car was just a little bit bad, type-wise, in turns 2 and 4. So he's changing his line just a little bit. The key here, don't slide your tires, so you have to change the lefts as well. He didn't do it. Rights only.
It's really about your position on the racetrack. You know, with cars in front, it's hard to make lap time. Jeff and I keep watching timing and scoring, and the fast car almost keeps rotating around through the field.
Denny Hamlin right now scored second, but he is the first behind Keselowski, who hasn't been to pit road yet. Brad Keselowski comes to pit road. Denny Hamlin will take over as the leader here at the Brickyard 400. And Keselowski now is on pit road. Kim.
And he's going to make a stop right in his box. Keselowski's saying it's good and clean air, but he is struggling in dirty air. They elected to keep him out long. They did tell him you're going to be waiting on fuel. Hopefully we'll be able to leapfrog some of the guys that have to spend longer on pit road at the end of this stage. As you see him right there, waiting on that fuel.
Only 9 laps to go in the stage. And race leader Denny Hamlin.
Bush pit? I actually don't know.
6 or 2/10 of a second.
Yeah, actually, I think he did.
Larson running second right now, just in front of Blaney.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR,
Yeah, he
portable cassette
pitted
player.
Yep. All
on
the
lap
latest tech.
36.
It's only Progressive and renters insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we can bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best
Back
day
in
ever.
29.
Still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousment.
They say you can't put a price on fun, but they don't know what the heck they're talking about. Fun's now $1.99 at Sonic with creamy queso wraps and more. Take that, they. The Fun 99 menu. 5 items, always $1.99.
When Just for Men eliminates gray, you get a great before and after. And then the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And try one-day beard and brow color. The fastest, easiest way to cover grays and define lines.
You don't have to be in the race to be in the race. The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back.
The 58 is going to win in Phoenix.
Enter now for your chance to win a VIP trip for 2 to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race at the Phoenix Raceway, with the grand prize winner taking home $1 million. The race for the million is on. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, and home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
Always brings the drama. From the pre-race highs until the bright lights shine.
Everything's on the line. The risk will be higher.
3 wide. Got it to keep playoff hopes alive. It's now or never.
The most stressful night of racing that you'll ever go through.
For an unforgettable weekend of family fun, high wattage star power, and a front row seat full of fireworks. your tickets now at DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com.
The greater the risk, the sweeter the reward. This is IndyCar.
Denny Hamlin still holding on to that 0.2 of a second lead over Kyle Larson. Want to take a look at the Toyota driver update, and we'll focus on Denny Hamlin. Currently running in the top spot, started on the outside of row 1. The lowest he's been is 36 because of when they came to pit road and did their strategy move. It was early enough that now they have an 8-second lead, well, 7.2-second lead over Tyler Reddick, who had led the first 36 laps of this race. So, Steve, how does Tyler Reddick get over the deficit that they had by staying out on the racetrack about 13 laps longer?
Well, he ran long enough that, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. Math says you can do this entire race on 3 stops. It seems to be a little bit more advantageous to kind of do it at the end of each stage and one in that final stage. We'll just have to see how the 45 plays it. It's going to be a very complicated kind of mess of traffic with
What's up, Daniel?
2 tires and 4 tires.
What's up, Daniel Barry?
This is one of those chess games, right? Because we're just going to cover it as it goes because the crew chiefs themselves have a plan. The question is, what is their plan? Where do they think it's going to pay off? Are they looking for a great caution or a lucky break, or are they just trying to gain some track position currently where they run in the race, Marty?
Good eye, Steve. I just checked in with Billy Scott with Tyler Reddick, and I think folks sitting at home might have been like, why are they taking so long on this pit stop to make sure
How are you doing?
It's full for Tyler Reddick after having the best car early in stage 1. And Billy Scott told me we're trying to eliminate a pit stop for the rest of the race. So by his math, Steve, hitting at lap 37, 13 laps after Denny Hamlin, he can then go to lap 77 range, then to lap 120 range if it stays green like
It's going to be a battle between Larson and Hamlin for the stage.
3 stops. You like that call?
Well, I'll let you know when I see where the yellows come out.
If it's the winning call, you probably
I like that he has a plan. So, yes, I do like the call because he said this is what I'm going to do, and I'll adjust if the yellows come out. I know Billy Scott has plan A, B, and C, so I don't hate the plan. I think it's a good idea to try to do something different. All right, the 6 of Brad Keselowski also has a penalty. Let's listen in.
Exit violation. They say you crossed over the outer white line there a little bit. I've watched. It doesn't matter. That's not what their damn email said. Their email said as long as you weren't in the racing line, I was not in the racing line.
Yeah, this is going to be very controversial. NASCAR sent me the latest email they sent the teams, and it says stay off the racing surface. You may swing wide beyond the white line on the acceleration lanes between 1 and 2, but stay off the racing surface.
So there, the 6 has just got its right side tires on what we would call the racing surface, not the racing line, but the surface.
I don't know if I would call that the racing surface. That's the problem with that update.
But isn't that white line, that signifies the apron of a racetrack?
Yeah, but it hasn't for 14 years that we run the Brickyard 400. I've seen drivers go out there all the time. So, you know, to Jeff's point about controversy,
someone's blowing up.
Big smoke out of
Chris
the back
Buescher.
of 17 of Buescher. My point is, Rick, I agree that if the line is going to be the reference point, then let's reference the line in the update. So we'll have to see if this information gets handed to all the other drivers, Jeff.
Yeah, just write the rule in black and white.
Yeah.
You can't go above that line, and then there's no question.
Agreed.
This is a vague rule.
Final lap of the stage.
So again, the 9 was penalized first.
Well, look at
white car in the front here.
Yeah, well, look at the 5 behind. So the 9's there. He got penalized, right?
Definitely above.
5 behind. You know, he's on the white line, I guess. You know, not in the racing surface. Just make the rule. You can't go above the white line, and everybody understands it.
We see the 11 on this, the final lap of stage 1, and the gap has closed now. Here comes Larson in the 5. A playoff point on the line if you win the stage. And great
But it's
entry
going to be Hamlin.
through the turn 4 turn for Denny Hamlin.
So Denny Hamlin is going to win stage 1 at Indianapolis.
Stage 1 at the Brickyard. Denny's first stage win here at Indy. His 6th stage win already of 2024. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 9th, and Noah Gregson rounding out the top 10, all receiving stage points. Denny Hamlin looking for his first ever Brickyard 400.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
He has not been able to win yet. And he takes stage number 1, the first step on his way to victory lane.
Who's up for a little bit of chaos? A dash of drama, a touch of temper. Who's down to take it to the streets, to bring the triangle, to hit the bricks? Who's game for a little fireworks between friends? See, that's a trick question. With the playoffs coming, there are no friends.
It's the last day of auditions. Let's do it!
There's too many good acts. That was as good as I've ever seen.
We are going to the live show!
AGT, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
It's summertime in New York State. Time to get away. Enjoy everything that makes it easy to love New York. Start your getaway at iloveny.com.
You need a roof that will stand up to our severe New York weather. Heavy rain, strong winds, snow and ice. Our Comfort Roofing System will. We understand how a roofing system works and give you peace of mind that will protect your home through every season.
If you're looking to get your roof replaced, Comfort is the one to trust. Top quality workmanship at a fair price, backed up by the Golden Pledge warranty.
Get 10% off your project, plus no interest and no payments for 12 months. Contact Comfort today.
Dear short curves, don't spin your wheels. With more all-wheel drive sedans than any other brand, you can bet your bottom dollar we're sharper than ever. Because man, we got traction. Yours, Toyota Sedans. Toyota has more all-wheel drive sedans than any other brand. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
NBC3, your local home for the Paris Olympics.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit Progressive.com. And by Credit One Bank. NASCAR American Express card. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we'll see who makes their way onto pit road. It's going to be led by the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin again came on lap 24 for his first stop, but he's leading a long line of cars, Dave.
Ryan Blaney came on lap 27, Rick, coming out of 3rd place now. And on that stop, he took 2 tires, so no doubt they'll get 4 tires here for Blaney. His car was just a little bit free at the end there, but he said, I'm faster than the guys in front of me. They're just doing a good job of protecting the 12. Very confident here.
Dave, a playoff point in the bank for Denny Hamlin, top right of your screen. Chris Gabehart said we're going to restart about 10th to 15th. Tell me what you need for traffic. He said, I need to be freed up, especially on throttle. Meanwhile, William Byron said the handling was much more manageable. Rudy Fugle, though, going to free him up as well. And Kyle Larson said, I, too, could stand to be a little bit freer if I'm going to be in traffic. And they told him you got to wait just a little bit on fuel, some 2 tires, some 4 tires, and Rick, also some cars who stayed out.
Yeah, 7 cars stayed out on the racetrack, so different strategies will have a different lineup. We're going to be embedded with the 11 and the 14 teams. So Marty and Dave are joining the crew.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America.
Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
the #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. Your mission is our purpose.
If you thought one napkin for the quarter pounder with cheese was enough, it's not enough.
Before my doctor and I chose Breztri for my COPD, I had bad days. Flare-ups that could permanently damage my lungs. With Breztri, things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing. Starting within 5 minutes, I noticed my lung function improve. It helped improve my symptoms. And Breztri was even proven to reduce flare-ups, including those that could send me to the hospital. So now, I look forward to more good days.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Can't afford
What's up,
medication?
bitches? I'm back.
AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
At Cracker Barrel, we're putting a little sting in every bite of our fried chicken. But our new sweet heat sauce will have you saying, ooh, not ow. What are you waiting for? Buzz on in and try it. And now, get here early for deals on dinner classics.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
The race to the NASCAR playoffs is on USA.
Yeah, that first green flag run was almost 44 minutes.
Richmond.
Loser wins. That's a short track.
NASCAR returns after
Green the whole way through the first stage, so it was a long green flag run there.
You know, I'm pretty much a student of the game.
My man. So proud of this group. Hell yeah, boys. Going it hard. That's how you win a race, team. Hell yeah, boys. Great work, Deke. Yes, sir. Great job, Chris.
I was kind of patient. I feel like I tried to let the race kind of come to me a little bit more, especially last year or two.
Go, go, go. All the way, all the way, all the way. All the way, go. You would have told me it would have been second 2 hours ago. I wouldn't have believed you. Good job, guys. Thank you.
Wherever I feel like I can make some gains at one particular track, I go study those who are great at it.
It's going to be fun here in Stage 2 to be embedded with the teams of Chase Briscoe and Denny Hamlin as well. So a lot of you know Chris Gabehart in this capacity as a very successful championship crew chief. But how about Chris Gabehart, the successful driver? Yes, he lived here in Indianapolis when he was driving a super late model and winning a lot of races, I might add, all around the Midwest. And if you have a very keen eye, look in some of these pictures, you'll see Jonathan Hassler as well. So they went to Purdue together, kind of moved to North Carolina at the same time together, and Hassler won last week with Ryan Blaney. So as Gabehart told me, not only it's just his turn to win after going to his buddy winning last week, Gabehart wants to get a crown jewel here at Indianapolis this week, Dave.
Well, let's stay with the racing family's theme. Richard Boswell, the crew chief for Chase Briscoe. His dad, Dickie Boswell, was a very famous short track racer. You've carried on the tradition then from the pit box here, but it looks like you've got a big challenge today. The car started 20th, and Chase hasn't made a lot of progress. You took 2 tires that time, so what's the challenge from here on out?
Yeah, I think the challenge right now is just getting the car driving good for him so that he can be a little bit more aggressive with the car and his inputs and try to do a little bit of strategy there with some right sides, and a lot of people were thinking the same thing. So didn't gain a whole lot, gained a little bit, but made a pretty big adjustment. Right side tires should tighten us up, and we made a wedge adjustment to help tighten us up. So hopefully that gets the car where he needs it, and we can be a little bit more aggressive from here on out.
All right, go forward to Stage 2. We'll keep track of the 14 here. DJ, you're from a racing family too, obviously. What are you looking at?
Yeah, what I'm looking at now is, as uneventful maybe as that first stage might have seemed with the differing strategies, now the drivers are really going to earn their keep, trying to get through this, work through traffic, if they want to get to this trophy behind me and get their name on there today.
And they'll be up there with you in Victory Circle. The cars get lifted up, elevator, a lift that takes them up there.
Yeah, so DJ mentioned it. You see McDowell in front of the pack. He hasn't been there all day. Pit strategy. It's got McDowell there. It's got Nemechek there. LaJoy, Bush, Gilliland. All those guys, they pitted earlier. They didn't pit this time. They did that to get the track position. We don't know what kind of cars they've got, but they're starting in front of this pack.
7 cars stayed out on the racetrack. A different strategy. It's Reddick, McDowell, Nemechek, Logano, LaJoy, Kyle Busch, and Todd Gilliland.
Just to add a little flavor to it, there's several in there to just put 2 tires on as well instead of 4. So there we go right there. There's that mixture. You ready for
Dom's a bitch because he won't come over. He says he's doing other shit.
Jones came and topped off at 1 to go.
And Nick's
so with
not
45 to go on
answering.
the stage with maybe 1 more yellow, they might not pit at all in stage 2. So other than that, Rick, it's pretty straightforward. Just, you know, everybody's doing something. We just don't exactly know what all the somethings
I haven't
are.
watched a race alone since Iowa.
Steve, so you can spell out all the
Watched
strategies.
part of Nashville alone.
Say the pros and the cons of why those are happening. The magnitude of this racetrack, it is so big. The whole facility covers 560 acres, but it's difficult for one spotter now because they're not on top of the pagoda to spot around the entire race. So there's 2 spotters for these teams, and we are going to be with Chase Briscoe and his team. Joe Campbell and Justin Bolton are taking care of the spotting duties. We're going to listen to them on this restart.
So make sure you're leaving yourself room, not driving the bumpers, getting way too tight, having lane lifts.
Ooh, little last-minute coaching. I like that. Don't get too close. Late lifts. He means don't drive in, get aero tight, and have to lift on corner exit. That's where you're going to lose most of the time.
So Briscoe restarts.
All right, going back green.
We're going to listen in.
10 away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Green flag.
It's going to be green here. All 2 by 2. Still all 2 by 2. Still down there, 84. Here's the middle. Middle is free. Clear up, 1 inside. Still lined up inside with the 9. He's at your quarter. Push the 10 if you can. There's a gap on the front, lined up bottom. All 2 by 2 here. Front is 3 wide ahead. Inside still covered. Still covered. Still all 2 by 2 here. Still lined up inside. Check your beer.
3 wide in front of him. We saw that 84 of Jimmy Johnson get out of line. He made it 3 wide at one point. There's A.J. Allmendinger in the 16 moving to the inside.
It's a battle trying to get to the bottom of the racetrack. You can make the top work for a lap or 2, but when these cars build speed, it's hard to make that outside work. A.J. Allmendinger, it's rough down there. The car's bottoming out. That's what that smoke was flying out from underneath it. Everybody trying to go with him.
Fanning out on the straightaway. We see the 71 of Zane Smith right behind that 16. Now Mark Truex Jr. putting Zane Smith on the outside. Trying to break the draft as they go down the front stretch. Austin Dillon in the 3 tucks in behind that 14 of Chase Briscoe.
Now the single file, kind of that snake down the straightaway. You see a little bit of defensive moves. Big move by the 19 of Truex. That penalty to start the race. Still trying to overcome it. 48 of Bowman, and I believe that's the 10. Oh, Noah's in the light gray. No grip up there, Rick.
And Noah drifted up and lost about 3 car lengths on that 48 of Alex Bowman. So now it's John Hunter Nemechek who is out in front of Tyler Reddick, and John Hunter Nemechek has the lead here at Indy. Kyle Busch has made his way up to 3rd. Corey LaJoy, Michael McDowell, Bubba Wallace, Joey Logano, all a part of the top 7.
Be cool to see John
Hamlin
Hunter
back there
Nemechek
in
win.
the 8th position, joining stage 1.
Leads, right? That just shows why the strategy is so good. But the 23 of Bubba Wallace, currently below the cut line in playoff points, looking for some points, or a win would be magical. He's the first car on those fresher tires. Came at lap 52 for 2 tires. We're on board, this Toyota on board. Listening to the throttle right there, pretty confident, back to the gas, running in the 6th position. I think this is the driver, when I look below the cut line, this one has the most firepower. I have here, Michigan, for sure Daytona. Jeff, there are tracks that I think Bubba Wallace could go to victory lane and get that instant berth in the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I think this car has more speed than Chastain on a weekly basis. But this game isn't just about who's fastest. You have to execute. You have to not make mistakes. You have to get points. And we saw Bushel with that tire problem. Dave, you have more information.
Jeff, inconclusive. I just checked with the team. 2 separate left rears have different odd injuries to them. One was the outside of the tread above the sidewall, and the other just recently was right in the middle of the tire patch. Now, the set that just came off was fine, so the team has no idea why 2 different left rears have failed on the 17. They're concerned about it. He's 2 laps down already. It'll be a fight the rest of the day.
And he was fighting, you mentioned, down there at the cut line for the playoffs. He's currently in the 16th spot, but only 9 points above Bubba Wallace.
Steve, I think the biggest issue for them is that they've had 2 issues with left rear tires. Then the only thing that they can assume is that they've got to put air pressure in it to keep it from failing, and that means the car's going to drive worse. So they are 2 laps down. It's hard to see them finding their way out of this unless they get a lot of cautions at the right time.
Yeah, like in Darlington, Rick, every caution, everybody comes to pit road. You can stay out, hope to get a few laps back, but here with all these split strategies, 2 down is a really uphill battle.
So we talk about strategies. How do the guys who stayed out under this most recent caution, how does their strategy play out? No cautions or a caution at the right time?
I think for them, they were planning on for a green flag race. They know their pit stops already. What we're hearing from Marty's update on the 45 crew chiefs was that there's a group of guys that they've looked at the race, forget stages, forget complications. If this was going to be a green, if this was a road trip from Indianapolis to Charlotte, we only have to stop 3 times. They've already figured out exactly what laps they want to stop at, and that's why you're going to see Nemechek, Reddick, Busch, LaJoie, and even McDowell. I think you're going to see that whole group stay within a couple or 3 laps of each other every time they come to pit road. Now, you know what messes up a good road trip is construction, and that's basically a yellow flag. That's what happens. You get a yellow flag, it bunches up the field. That's when you have to be able to adapt.
That's very relatable.
Is that road rage?
Yeah, I got that.
That's not road rage.
Yeah, that's what happens. You go to your app, you try to find plan B, plan C. Crew chiefs are doing the same thing.
Yeah, we've road tripped together, man. We think alike. Got to find some food on the way.
For Hendrick Motorsports cars out on the racetrack, and the guy who was up front leading the field before the green flag flew was another Hendrick driver, Rick Hendrick. Actually, he was the honorary pace car driver to start the Brickyard 400. Want to get a few updates as we're 13 laps into stage 2, and we'll start with the 7 and Dave.
Well, Rick, we had talked to Richard Boswell about Chase Briscoe and trying to get him strategized to the front. Well, the 7 Corps LaJoie, he started 19th. They took 4 tires on lap 40. That's the only time they pitted. I'm not sure, Kim, which plan that is, but it's kept Clary close to the front. He's now 4th.
Well, for Kyle Busch and the number 18, they knew they had to do something different. Randall Bennett told me they were going to take advantage of any Sunday to get us different than the leaders or looking at the Cheddar's onboard camera on Kyle Busch. But they also said we were way better than we were in qualifying. Kyle overdrove it, got really free in turn 4. They said they're probably a 10th through 15th place car. Randall just told his driver the strategy we're on is low risk, is what they told Kyle, Marty.
Jim, what a shot in the arm for Legacy Motor Club. John Hunter Nemechek up front, yes, on strategy, but clearly has the pace as well. This team has struggled transitioning to Toyota, but leading laps at Indy where the boss, Jimmy Johnson, had so much success, that certainly helps. Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick sitting in second right now. Billy Scott told him, let's save fuel as much as you can under that last caution. And Steve, to your point, I just checked in with Billy Scott a moment ago. He said, I think we are good for the lap 78 range. We are still on target to eliminate a stop from this entire race and then pit at 120 for the final time today. How much of an advantage
yellow is a big advantage. Remember, it's 160 laps, so break it up in 40s, 40, 80, 120, 160. So if they're going to 78, still looking for some yellows, Rick. I think the end of stage 2 will be those yellows. They're trying to weave this together, but it's not easy. It's right on the edge of their windows.
Reddick running second right now to Judd Hunter Nemechek out in front of Brickyard 400.
We've come a long way together. From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never backing down, pushing boundaries, and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way. But there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
You're unbelievable.
Applebee's mozzarella sticks are just 50 cents for a limited time.
You're so unbelievable.
Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
What causes a curve down there? Is it Peyronie's disease?
Will it get worse? How common is it? Can I talk to? Can this be treated?
Stop typing, start talking to a specialized urologist because it could be Peyronie's disease, or PD. It's a medical condition where there is a curve in the erection caused by a formation of scar tissue, and an estimated 1 in 10 men may have it. But PD can be treated even without surgery. Say goodbye to searching online. Find a specialized urologist who can diagnose PD and build a treatment plan with you. Visit makeapdplan.com today.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, 2 months free. All with the same fast, reliable, nationwide coverage as Big Wireless. Make the switch today. Call, go online, or visit a store near you. That's 2 times the savings and our best deal of the year.
Kind of feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 biggie bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Roman, I will give you the greatest games on earth.
The crowd wants to see chariot racing and be close enough to see blood. A 4-horse race is a suicide.
Wager everything we have. It's all nothing.
Cody wears a left rear flat after contact with the wall.
NASCAR Drive, that is your live race day companion. You can follow your favorite drivers with access to their in-car cameras, or you can
Cody Ware shouldn't even be allowed to race.
Customize your streaming experience. Visit NASCAR.com/drive. You can download the NASCAR mobile app. Beautiful look at uptown or downtown Indianapolis. And we want to thank Shady Rays for today's aerial coverage. And the caution has come out. We saw the 15, and it looks as though Cody
What's up,
Ware
Jaden?
down. Sure enough, the carcass is now off that car.
We are now under caution for the second time.
Flat left rear. We've heard the 17.
After Cody Ware, he had the issue that Bob tweeted about, and then
finally comes off.
The tire came off, and yeah, just debris in the tire had to get picked up. So caution is out for the second time today.
But you can't get too low. And we've seen blocking at this racetrack.
Man, Bubba and Logano were racing hard over there.
Got blocked big time by Bubba Wallace, and that almost got big right along with Joey. Well, it's a good thing he lifted. Yeah, a good thing he came out of the gas. It was going to get ugly. I bet Joey had some words.
That's the only chance he gets. That's bullshit right there.
So after about an 11.5 minute green flag run, we are back under
Little
caution.
affirmation, and let's get back to racing. Don't egg it on. I say that tongue in cheek, but I do believe there are some radio conversations where I feel like, you know, they could put the fire out, or they kind of stoke it. And sometimes I think we'd be better off to put some of these fires out.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where, you know, to be honest, Bubba don't want to be down there doing that either. But if you let one guy by, you may not ever get him back. So you're just going to block all you can. That was aggressive. That was a bit aggressive. Joey alongside now. Sure, a little hand gesture.
So now, 6 of Brad Keselowski will be back on the lead lap. So he was one of those drivers that was penalized for pit road exit, not using the warm-up lane correctly. This, you asked, what you do for strategy. I mean, I really think this throws a little bit of a wrench in Nemechek, Reddick, Busch. You know, they really needed to run like the 78 we heard, which is only 9 more laps. I just don't think you can stay out here, run 9 laps, and then pit. That doesn't work here. Pocono you might be able to because you wouldn't lose a lap. But here you're going to lose a lap to anybody that pits here. So that kind of, you know, how right do you want to be? You know, at some point you have to say, okay, we've hit a little construction in our road trip. Now what's plan B? And I think that's going to be the choice for the 42, the 45. I expect to see a very busy pit road. Everybody needed to stop, or everybody except for maybe Chastain, who topped off, to make it to the end of the stage. So I expect to see a very full pit road.
But this works for them because they have the track position, and if everybody else is going to come, then they're going to keep the track position as long as pit road, their crews do okay.
Well, they need a lot of fuel. So remember, fueling is slow on this car versus tires. So I believe the guys that all pitted at 52 have the opportunity of right sides. These front guys are going to have to put almost a full tank of gas in right here. So this is that fuel tax. They've kicked the fuel tax down the road, and now they're going to have to pay that tax on this pit stop.
Kyle Busch stays out, and a long line of cars coming at you, Kim.
And Kyle Busch elected to stay out. Crew Chief Randall Burnett said we're going to do something a little bit unconventional. We only have to make 2 more stops. We have to make it to our window, so I'm going to keep you out. This does throw a wrench in our plan, but I think it's going to work, Dave.
Corey LaJoie told his team just need a little bit of front turn for better balance. He took 4 tires on the first stop. Does this give them the opportunity for 2? No, it looks like 2 more coming over the wall for Corey. Marty.
Dave, another example that clean air is everything. John Hunter Nemechek out front there leading 14 laps to the car. Felt pretty good on that run. They're going to go with 4 tires as well. And you see Tyler Reddick here just right out zone and fuel for Reddick. So strategy all over the map with teams staying out, and look at that traffic jam off pit road.
Race off pit road. Again, the caution coming out as Cody Ware's left rear tire went down, and that tire carcass came off onto the racetrack. Caution comes out. We'll have a restart. Kyle Busch will be up front.
You've been such a good dog today.
Every hero's story has a humble beginning. Every legend had to earn their stripes. Every superstar had a dream.
It's been a fairy tale season.
Every home track is the start of something special. Good old short track racing. Learn more about NASCAR regional tracks near you at NASCAR.com/regional.
With that Denny Brove fan. I don't know.
Think you see everything? Think again.
Sister!
Think the coast is clear?
Come here.
Don't be so sure. Think you see the whole picture? Look out. Maybe there's more. If you're walking or driving, when your view is blocked, slow down and look around.
Yeah, guys, be smart.
The Make It Ford Summer Sales Event is on. So make it your best summer ever with Ford. Get your ideal combination of power and capability. And experience hands-free highway driving
His name is
technology with
Chester.
Ford Blue Cruise, available on select vehicles. It's the Make It Ford Summer Sales Event, so make it yours. Make it now.
He's a fucking
Returning
asshole.
lessees can now lease a Ford
But I love
Explorer
him.
for just $319 a month for 24 months. Only at your local
He's also
Ford
super
stores.
sweet sometimes.
It's no secret that the federal government
Like
is often
right now.
inefficient and frustrating. If you need help with the federal government, look no further. I'm Congressman Brandon Williams, and I'm here to help. My team of caseworkers can cut through the red tape and get you results. Need a new passport? Having trouble with the VA?
You think of
or need
Michelle
help with another federal
Obama?
agency?
Are you talking about Michelle
Scan the QR
Obama,
code,
Jaden?
Visit my website and submit your request.
She could win if she
Caseworker
ran.
will follow up with you. Scan the QR code here or call 315-233-4333 or visit brandonwilliams.house.gov.
NBC3, your local home for the Paris Olympics.
NBC NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Ashley. For the love of home, shop in-store.
I don't know if she's entered the race right now, if she can win, but in a maybe next election.
Checking in with the teams that we're embedded with, we'll start with Dave and the 14 team.
Rick, I want to introduce everyone to Mike Cook, race engineer for Chase Briscoe. He's from Tracy's Landing, Maryland. Second guy in the picture there with the ball cap on. Mike got his mechanical engineering degree from Maryland, had an internship at Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, and then eventually landed at
He'd be the
Stewart
first
Haas
man.
Racing. When I asked
Be the
Mike
first,
what his
or I
most
think the
memorable
official
moment
title would be
on
the
pit
first
lane had
gentleman.
been, well, he said the
Is what Obama
2017
would
Kurt
be.
Busch win at Daytona. There he is. We NBC you, Mike Cook, right in there. Now, Tony Gibson, the crew chief, you got a lot of credit for having
So
such
here's
great
my
celebration,
question.
But Mike was right there. He said it was
You
a
can only
fantastic
run
win.
2
Best win
terms
so far
as the
of
vice
his
president
sixth in the
and as
NASCAR
the
Cup
president.
Series.
You can
Now,
only
his
run
best
2
celebration
terms
may
in each of
happen
those
yet this week,
positions.
though. I know
Are you
Charlotte,
only
6 years
able
old,
to
is
run
waiting
2
home. We're going to
terms
Disney
as the
Cruise with
first
Dad.
lady?
He's coming home. Wife Meredith will join, and
So,
they will
like,
have a good
if
time
you're the
with some of
first
days off
lady,
coming up, Marty.
and then you divorce your wife, or you divorce your husband, and then you start fucking another president, and then you get married to him, is that, like, legal? Because, like, you already ran your 2 terms as first lady, but now you're marrying another president.
On several NFL practice squads, including the Green Bay Packers, where he was actually able to score a preseason touchdown. And
What's up, Carl? How you doing?
Real. Yes, that is real, folks. And I asked him, how was the conversion from being an NFL and college running back to NASCAR? He said, honestly, I had to forget my athleticism, Kim. He said it's all technique when you're a jackman, but that thrill of the car coming down pit road is exactly my number being called in the red zone.
Well, Marty, we documented how Kyle Busch stayed out. Here's Randall Burnett, the crew chief's explanation to his driver.
It's going to be a little unconventional, but we got to go. So about 77, and then we got to pit. That way we can come in, pit, come back out on the lead lap. Everybody's got to pit twice in this race right now. So what we got to do is make it to our window so we can still do that same strategy.
And Marty, to add to that, he gave his driver the directive, save hard. I need you to keep the lead, but maintain the pace. Easier said than done.
And Kim, at the choose, Kyle Larson comes down pit road. Let's check and see what's going on with the race team, and I'll check in with Cliff Daniels.
Get your go away.
To make sure the right rear was tight for Kyle Larson. Man, pit road at Indianapolis has not been kind to Kyle Larson this year. Also, the 24 came down pit road. The 34, I believe, came down pit road. But yeah, Kyle Larson had the speeding penalty in the Indianapolis 500. Here he is making sure all the lug nuts are tight here in stage 2.
It's unfortunate or fortunate if he can kind of get on this different strategy. Let's go back to the first car, the 8 of Kyle Busch. They're only a few laps away from their pit window, so they need to go and go hard. They need to go as fast as possible to kind of gap this field because they're really the only car that still needs to come to pit road. So if he loses this lead and falls back into traffic, the whole strategy goes apart because he'll lose a lap on his pit stop. So it's very important for Kyle Busch. Now, for
I just summoned Denny Bruv fan. You did.
If we get a quick yellow right here, can he leapfrog onto what Kyle Busch is trying to do, right? Can they start saving some gas? And I really think that's why you saw more than just the 5 on pit road. I actually
I'm drunk.
A strategy call until they started looking at the right rear lug nut.
Hey, buddy, Twitter thinks Big Mike say, dude, apparently, who's Big Mike?
He recognizes the situation they're in, Steve. They just haven't had pace. They just have not had winning speed for several months, really, this year. And so he's like, hey, we're not going to win. We're not going to get done what we need to do. Just do what everybody else does. So let's just do something different and see what happens.
And last week we saw really in focus with Todd Gilliland. We were embedded with him at Pocono, and he is the other car on the front row. I thought it was just Busch. I was wrong.
It's going to be a repeat of 2017 Brickyard right here.
2 of them almost need to work together. Like they need to get single.
I'm about to hate Todd Gilliland forever.
He's exactly right. You have to look at the facts. The facts are you're way behind in points. You got to try to get a spark.
And the big picture for Kyle Busch is a 42-race winless streak. That's the longest he has ever gone since he has been in the Cup Series without getting a win. The 2-time Cup champion and 2-time Indy winner trying to change some things here as they come back to the green
flag.
Back underway.
I'm sorry, Jaden. I'm sorry.
Chase Elliott got
Yeah!
there.
Let's go! Let's go!
Steve, you said the goal was to get out in front and go as hard as you can until you have to come to pit road.
We heard Denny Hamlin. No, I'm sorry. The Chase Elliott in his interview said, "Well, you just want to be."
Oh, trouble!
Oh man, big wreck.
Oh! Oh, hard hit. Caution is out. Damn, that was a hard hit for William Byron. Oh my God, William Byron took a hard hit right there. Jesus Christ.
Those two cars have stopped.
I really hope he's all right, man. He took a hard hit. The Allmendinger's all right. He's rolling, so I really hope Byron's all right. Here comes the rescue team.
Excuse me, AMR safety crew to get to William Byron.
Please, 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 please. That was a hard hit. One of the hardest hits I've seen with the next gen car. Maybe the hardest hit I've seen with the next gen car. That was crazy.
Getting to William.
They're talking to him, I think. I think they're talking to him. So that is at least good. I think they're talking to
the
him.
fame of this racetrack and the historic nature because it is front and center.
Because the window net is not down
You've
yet.
mentioned it a few times. This is just overall speed. We've seen over 200 miles an hour. A football field a second at the end of these long straightaways. And it's not very wide. I mean, you look, there's a little bit of grass, that soft wall, so you can get more than one hit while you can get outside.
Please get out and be fine.
These restarts, we see how important.
I don't like this feeling, man. I don't like this feeling of not knowing.
That's your time to get it.
Oh, good. He's out. He's out and walking. He's out and walking. Good. Good. Oh my God.
Somebody got into the right rear of.
That was a hard hit.
Looked like the 22 potentially of Logano behind him.
It looked like there was two cars.
That is good. That is good that he's out. I was so concerned there.
Let's take a look right here. You see.
Because that was a hard fucking hit.
Here, the 21, 41, and 24. So the 41, if we back that up and watch that one more time, the 41 is trying to get 3 wide between the 21 and the 24, trying to make it 3 wide. I don't believe Harrison Burton or William Byron knew that they were 3 wide. This will be a great look right here.
Oh, they're hitting each other there. So he's in his right rear quarter panel. You're right. It was just everybody, 3 cars.
So that was a good 35-second green flag run.
So right, stop it right there. Stop it right there. So the 14 car, they're touching those 2 cars, the 24 and the 14. They're hitting each other there. And still contact. And here comes the 41. And he makes contact. It's just those 3 cars trying to go in the same spot. But it's
Busch can make it a one more stop if he pits here.
And Byron making contact.
They were pushing.
But I assume that's obviously the same for all those other guys who pitted with him.
Like he was too wide. He doesn't know that the 41's in there. So, man, this is what happens when everybody tries to fill that hole. But, Jeff, to your point, on board makes a difference. Let's see what happens to the 14, why he loses pace. I think he went down to 3rd gear.
Yeah, that's where it all started. Was he lost pace? It's just tight racing. I mean, at the end of the day,
damn, man, that was a hard hit. I'm so glad he's all right, man. That was a. I hope he's like all right. You know,
41 going 3 wide.
It's like he's all right, but like, is he gonna be out next week?
I don't blame Ryan Preece because if you don't,
does he have like a fucking concussion?
What do you say, Jeff? You're never going to go anywhere, right? I mean, you could argue that it's too early in the race. You could argue all these things, but the racing in the back of the pack is so aggressive. You almost just have to make some stuff happen. And you see right here, the 5-time Brickyard winner himself, he knows this place. And you see his frustration, and he sees it as like, you know, why is this happening back here? But these restarts, if you watch 20th to 36 on every restart, I can't believe we ever have green flag racing. I can't believe they make it back around.
And we hear that the 21 of Harrison Burton also went to the garage And if that's the case, he would have been on the DVP and he would be out of this race if they were behind the wall.
And the fans on the hill going to go take a close-up look.
So the 24 is not going to make it to victory lane. And it happened in successive years as far as 10-year increments. Jeff Gordon won in 94. He won again in 2004. He won in 2014. And the 24 will not go back to victory lane in 2024.
So back to that road trip, back to that fuel strategy. Now the 8, I think he's so close, he's going to have to come to pit road this time. I would imagine we're going to see other people follow. Bubba Wallace, the 38 of Gilliland for sure. It's kind of a split decision because most of the field were only on pit road 5 laps ago. Some may stay out. They might be sick of being back in that traffic and say, let's cycle to the front. The 8 of Kyle Busch, this is good for his strategy, but he's going to have to sit on pit road for quite a bit of time to put fuel. Yeah, look at this. It's going to be a busy
Kyle's
time on a
pitting,
pit
so...
road.
How many decide to not come to
Just
pit road?
Kyle? Are you serious?
38 doesn't think he can make it. So when he goes
Dude, come on.
Busch, lonely on pit road.
A few guys in the back, but come on.
And Randall Burnett told his driver, we are within our window, so we need to take the opportunity to come down pit road. They are going to have to wait a little bit on fuel.
Just
make
Kyle
sure
is fine, you
Kyle
think?
Busch
I don't
is
know.
back in still a little bit out of the racetrack as they put 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, and that's Chevrolet, Dave.
So the 34 of Mark McDowell was already on the, I believe, Steve, I'm right on this, make it on
This
one
was
more
the
spot
strategy?
with the
Okay.
laps left
I'll
here.
trust you, Jaden.
And so they will top it off here again. So it was in the back. They could already do it. That'll be a little insurance. Marty, first let's go to you.
Well, Dave, after the issue,
I think track position's important right now. I think there's going to be more cautions. That's my thing.
Side tires. They bring it down pit road. Really not much to lose here, Steve, for Cliff Daniels to come down pit road here. Pack it full of fuel, 84
But
to
also
go.
maybe,
They could do it in one more
other
stop,
people will
but their
pit if
biggest
there's more
concern is that they are
cautions, so.
buried way back in traffic after that issue on pit road.
After seeing that big wreck.
You can make it a one more stop.
Your stomach feel better if you're a crew chief on top of the box.
Kyle Larson definitely doesn't like pit road here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This was the reason for the
You can make it a one more stop. You can. You're right. And everybody else still has to do 2 more stops. Almost everybody else. There's a few guys in the back who pitted, but.
You don't have to be in the race to be in the race. The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back.
The 58 is going to win in Phoenix.
Enter now for your chance to win a VIP trip for 2 to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race at the Phoenix Raceway, with a grand prize winner taking home $1 million. The race for the million is on. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, and home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
Design a training program so that I can run a marathon.
Summarize this. What's a recipe using what I have in my fridge?
It starts with an empty prompt.
Bring this to the chopping board.
And the most advanced AI at your fingertips.
Carvana same-day delivery is ultra fast, and today, race car driver Jimmy Johnson is here to get us even faster.
Order it. Bill's coming in. We're good.
Oh, nice racing stripes.
Thanks, Chef.
Amazing. I just ordered it this morning. Buy your car from Carvana and get same-day delivery.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
Why is it most places ask you want to add a drink to that and never, what do you want to add to that drink? Meet Tia Saborita, our chief flavorista.
A drink is only as good as the sabores inside. It's all about finding the perfect combos for any given moment.
Like when the waiter says to enjoy your food and you said, you too.
Grape Escape, when you're trying a Carpe the Dia. Rainbow the Slush, when you get the ick. Lemonade Cream Cooler,
When you're in the market for a new babysitter.
Okay, inappropriate.
Live free, eat Sonic.
If you want to live free.
The fastest swimmer in the world couldn't go near the pool. Caleb Dressel had won Olympic gold. And then he got out of the pool. If I never swam again, he thought, I'd be okay. That's when he knew he was ready. Now he's getting faster and stronger every day.
Caleb's excited to compete, but that's not the point, because Caleb loves to swim again.
Fuck breaking news. Yeah, I hate the breaking news interruptions.
You can join NASCAR's free rewards program and start earning points
Yeah.
to turn into member-only rewards.
That was like an hour and a half ago.
Check in for a race from home or at the track.
Over.
Visit NASCAR.com/fan-rewards. Let's take another look at what just happened here. The 41 of Ryan Preece.
Just a go it down.
I was mentioning the 41 I thought had to take the hole that was 3 wide. Now we're on board Ryan Preece, and I just don't see the hole. A little bit out of the 24, but the 21 is right there. There's just not a car width. I think if the 41 could do it over again, he would shove probably the 24, try to get behind him. But when he tries to squeeze between the 24 and the 21, neither Byron or Harrison Burton have anywhere to go. And, you know, he takes 3 parallel lines and turns it into a Y, basically, with the front 2 connecting. It ended the day for the 21 as well. We didn't really see him get towed in. He was able to drive it in. But with the damage to the right front, day over for the 21 and the 24.
And the 16, he's out as well.
Oh, good point. Yes.
This extended aerial coverage of the Brickyard 400 is brought to you by Shady Rays. Just a partly cloudy day here in Speedway, Indiana. There's the field all in line, 2x2. Bubba Wallace, Todd Gilliland. Bubba Wallace in the 23 on the
back
inside,
green.
and it's the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Green flag.
Outside of row 1. Up through the gears they go as they go 2x2 down the front stretch and into turn 1. Good run by the 9 of Elliott as he goes into turn 2. But Wallace surging back on that narrower line. Now a drag race down the back stretch as they get ready for turn 3. Big run out of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Wallace clears the 9.
Joe Logano trying to get on the outside of Gilliland. He should have a little bit of a, well, that's going to get taken away from him.
Denny Hamlin on the inside. He is definitely the fastest car on this lap after the restart, as he is up to 3rd.
And then he called those 2 guys side by side, and that just absolutely destroyed their speed. He took advantage of it. Now the 7 out of the lane.
Yeah, Corey LaJoie totally missed the turn.
Yeah, he's got to get his speed recovered here. He's under attack. Mr. Rebell now trying to get alongside. Here comes Stenhouse. He's going to try to make it 3 wide. Bell does not block.
Stenhouse able to complete the pass on those 2. As LaJoie has got back up to speed, but now on the outside of Bell.
Oh, look at the big block he's trying to lay. And that's what happened. He lost that momentum, and now it's just compounded on him. Now he's in the outside lane. Everybody's trying to draft by him. They see he's in trouble. They know they got to take this spot.
The 19 of Art Truex Jr. tucks in behind the 14 as they go into 1.
And still, Corey is still under attack. Lift. Give it up. Now get behind Truex. That's all you can do. You know, you're trying to battle it. But when you're in that outside lane with this many laps on tires, it's just hard to make it work.
No matter how wide you make it. Oh, a big move by Larson. Back of the car dancing around. I was getting ready to say, no matter how wide you make the racetrack, they still find their way all the way to the grass. Aggressive move by the driver of the 5.
And Kyle Busch fans, he is running 28th right now. Remember, he came to pit road, but was one of just a few cars that did that strategy.
Well, this is the lead car on that strategy. Of all cars that were full of fuel on lap 76, Kyle Larson leading the way as he passes the 51. Justin Haley, he'll look forward to the 99 of Daniel Suarez. And Daniel actually getting married this coming weekend. Congratulations to Daniel.
Have a little bit of time off with the Olympic break taking place. 2 weekends off for NASCAR's top series.
We haven't talked a lot about Mark Truex Jr. other than the negative, the penalty and the pass-through and those things, but this 19 car showing a little bit of life here as he passes the 14 of Briscoe.
That was a lot of life.
Yeah.
To be able to come off a 3 that low and just roll by Briscoe, he's got speed, Steve.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because his numbers here in Indy don't jump out to you, but I don't know why. This would suit his style in my mind. He's just such a smooth race car driver. Doesn't run into a lot of people. He's won at so many different tracks. I can't believe this one hasn't kind of been on the list yet.
It's interesting, too, as we ride along with the highpoint.com camera, you can see that he isn't on the bottom of the racetrack. Truex in front of him. He's actually above that white line, trying to use more racetrack. Let's see if he does it over here as well. Yeah, look at that. A lot of guys right on that concrete. He's using a little more racetrack, and I wonder, well, number one, I know if he's doing that, his car is extremely comfortable. But number two, I wonder, Steve, if that doesn't help because he's not turning the wheel as much, if that doesn't help his straight line speed some. Kim.
Up with William Byron, who just got released from the care center. Heavy hit. What happened?
We got back there in traffic. You know, it seemed like the pit stop sequence didn't go our way, obviously there. And then the 14 was just being a squirrel back in the back and drove up in front of me, had to lift, lay off the corner, got running. So hit it for our team. Had an amazing car, you know, running there on the right strategy, top 2 or 3, and get back there in the pack and get wrecked. So appreciate everybody, Valvoline, Chevrolet. Great car. We'll go on after the break and try to get some more wins.
So is the blame on that the 14?
Yeah, I mean, he lifted, or he came up in front of me and choked me up, but we're just back there with the squirrels.
There you have it, Marty.
Yeah, we've seen his teammate Kyle Larson willing to make some bold moves on the track after being back in traffic. What is the conversation like between Larson and Cliff Daniels under the last caution? Listen in.
Let me know objectively what I can do if I can't pass anybody. From now until I tell you, objective number 1 will be to save fuel and pass cars. Both of those could seem opposite of each other, but pass a car, save a little fuel while you're setting up the next guy to pass them, and just sort of keep moving forward.
Okay, Jeff, so explain that one to me. How do you save fuel? As Cliff pointed out, it's kind of opposite to do that.
NASCAR's
and also trying to pass
GOAT.
cars.
You think Byron is NASCAR's GOAT?
That's a difficult thing to ask a guy to do, right? The way you pass cars, Steve, is to be in the gas. You got to be pushing really hard. And the way you save fuel is the opposite, and that is be out of the throttle, let the car roll, use very little brake, but you can't set someone up to make that pass. So you could draft a little bit.
Wait, Kyle said that?
Car to try to use that to help gain up a little bit, but I don't think there's enough draft to be able to gain on somebody.
Didn't Byron just say something about squirrels?
Yeah, I don't know how you do both of those things, but it's more information in my mind of telling him what the strategy is. Yeah. Right? We know we're going to need some fuel, but we also need track position. He's just letting him know what's happening.
There's a piece of debris on the track.
Well, I can't give you a grade on saving fuel, but I can give you a grade on passing cars. +7 since the restart. One obvious way is to just not shift, stay in high gear. 38 with a scheduled pit stop, has to come to pit road for fuel. Cam's going to be very close to losing a lap.
Yeah, absolutely. They told him as long as he could keep pace, they were to keep him out. He could go longer on fuel than Kyle Busch had, so they were on a slightly different strategy, even though they stopped last on lap 38. Todd just saying it's just a little bit tight. It's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires. They are going to have to wait a little bit on that fuel right there.
So now we see the 38 leave. Remember, he's on that strategy of how many pit stops.
I don't remember that.
We heard the 5 needing to save gas because this is only with 74 to go. The 38 can absolutely make it on only 1 stop from here, but this only works if you can stay on the lead lap. So on the bottom,
But didn't Byron just say something about squirrels?
Going by the scoring pylon, still has about 15 pit stalls to go. On the top, Bubba Wallace adds speed, nearly 200 miles an hour down the front stretch. I just don't see the 38 staying on the lead lap here, and when he goes down a lap, this throws the strategy out the window. So
Going's lap
I
down.
understood the plan, but the execution just not what the 38 needs. Going down a lap is going to end this opportunity at a 1-stop from here race.
Bubba Wallace is out front in the 23 for the Brickyard 400, being chased by Elliott Hamlin, Logano, and Blaney.
has savings buckets to help you save for anything you want to buy. Because everyone has something they're saving for. Like that new car. Or a fancy vacation. Or party supplies. Your delivery budget. Or even the down payment on your dream home. Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
Pizza Hut, you owe Chicago an apology.
Deep dishes for tours. Tavern-style pizza is our thing. You just had to tell America about our thin, crispy crust.
Try any of our large Chicago tavern-style recipes for just $12 each. Sorry, Chicago. No one out pizzas the Hut.
This is the most powerful Tacoma ever. With the shut the front door handle. Also known as the Seriously Wrong handle. Or the Whoa 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 handle. And even the No Me Gusta handle. Standard on the 2024 Toyota Tacoma.
Remember, Indianapolis is the track where Jeff Burton infamously killed 2 birds. He hit 2 birds. I'm not kidding.
Xfinity Mobile.
He hit 2 birds with his car.
Powerful mobile Wi-Fi network
Killed them.
with speeds up to a gig in millions of locations. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy 1 unlimited line and get 1 free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
An experienced QPC eater knows you should never let the ketchup that falls from the hot and juicy burger go to waste.
Jeff Burton is cool.
Such a temper. Who's down to take it to the streets? To bring the triangle? To hit the bricks? Who's game for a little fireworks between friends? See, that's a trick question. With the playoffs coming, there are no friends.
This is once in a lifetime. This is golf at the Paris Olympics. And what they're playing for is bigger than any championship.
You're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for your country.
Golf at the Paris Olympics on NBC and Peacock.
Let's see which drivers are on the move. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. 27 spots gained since the start of the race for Martin Truex Jr. Again, he had the bastard penalty to start off this race. Josh Berry has gained 17. Wallace, who is out front,
Oh shit, I missed Mr. 69.
since the start of the race, and he is the leader here at the Brickyard 400.
Yeah, he's the leader, and we've talked about his point situation. You know, if he can get these 10 stage points, that helps him a great deal. Battling Christopher Buescher, you know, for that spot. And also Ross Chastain. So just any points you can gain is going to matter. There's a lot of racing left in the regular season. You've got to get points when they're in front of you.
So if you look at the last time, the 23 and the 9 were on pit road, lap 52. This isn't a, hey, you know, what's their strategy? When are they going to stop? Everyone's kind of on the same plan now, but the difference is Wallace and Elliott got up there by not coming to pit road, which means they have less fuel in their car. I say that because as we ride on board with Bubba Wallace, we had not seen his right hand come off the wheel. Watch his right hand right here. It stays. I don't know if he's staying in 5th gear or just running hard throttle, but a lot of conversation on the radio about saving gas. See right here? High gear the whole time. He's running 5th gear all the way around the track, even off from wide open throttle down the straightaways. I think it's fuel conservation for the 23 and the 9, Marty.
And Steve, after that penalty in stage 1, Chase Elliott, as you mentioned, finally on the same strategy as everyone else. But you also talked about that fuel tax you mentioned earlier. Chase Elliott mentioned the same thing to Alan Gustafson on the radio a moment ago.
I think we got to ease this fuel deal later. I just think if you do it under caution, you're going to be screwed.
That is crazy.
So, Steve, help us understand that as Chase, in essence, saying, hey, let's pay that fuel tax, not all at one time. Let's divide it between these final 2 stops.
18 laps, little over 2 laps a gallon. We'll say he's about 8 gallons less than everybody else. That's going to take 3 seconds. He doesn't want to have it all on one pit stop because everybody's going to be on his rear bumper. So we go back on with Bubba Wallace. Another way to help that is watch that green. That is not a telemetry issue that he's not wide open, Jeff. He is literally running hard throttle.
This is what we talked about, Kyle, the Kyle Larson conversation. How do you save fuel and pass cars, right? Well, here, you know, he's 3/4 throttle. He doesn't have to be wide open. He can run down the straightaway. You mentioned his speed, not shift. Look at the brake. Almost zero brake. Keep the car free rolling so you don't have to build that speed up. All of those things allow you to keep maximum speed without using as much gas. And that's what their goal is right here. And, by the way, he's leading the race doing it.
It's great to have the progressive telemetry that is helping us see what it looks like to save fuel. Dave?
And his crew chief, Booty Barker, said, hey, driver, we see what you are doing. You are doing a great job, so achieving those goals there. Remember, these are the first laps that Bubba's led since Darlington back in May, and they're important because, as you mentioned, he's in that points battle trying to get above the cut line in a point situation, 27 behind Chastain.
Bubba's probably going to have to
make
pit.
it into the playoffs, but this is the way you really make the playoffs.
He's going to try.
Win the race. He would be the 13th different winner in 2024. What a competitive season, and they would love to cap it off today and be that 13th winner.
And that win would absolutely...
Maybe he's just trying to wait till like 2 to go, hoping everybody else pits.
Coming into this race was on the outside looking in. He was 27 points behind Ross Chastain in 17th, but now up front. Being shown as the leader would put him 13th in the playoff standings. If he could go on to win the Brickyard 400. Now coming up on 4 laps remaining in stage 2.
Team that's really executed, I think, the best of almost everyone.
Here was the stage point something. I don't know if he can make it on fuel. That's my thing. Fuel's 40 to 43 laps. He's already like 44.
I'm going to assume maximum fuel. Maybe everybody thought they were full, but if not, the 42 has more fuel, or at least equal to. You know, Legacy Motor Club has kind of needed a shot in the arm. It's been a little bit of an uphill transition to Toyota as they figure out the tools and the technology. We see their owner, Jimmy Johnson, in the field. They have taken on the task of running a third car sometimes. That takes effort, you know, from an organization. And John Hunter, we see him jump over into Xfinity and drive those Joe Gibbs Toyotas on Saturday. Man, he's lights out. That's the guy we know. And I think this right here he is running legitimately 6th in the Brickyard 400. And not by luck or even by strategy. If anything, he has had the best strategy or the most amount of tires.
Is that Logano that chose to come to pit road?
All right, so this is the question. Can you stop before the end of the stage and not lose a lap? We watched Gilliland not be able to do it, but they had a slower pit stop because they filled their car up with fuel. Let's see what the fuel requirement is on the 22, whether they maybe only take 2 tires or just short the fuel, Marty.
So see, the time requirement behind the leader was 4 seconds. Both Joey Logano and Chase Elliott choosing to come down pit road. Both cars needing to differentiate themselves in some way from what everybody else will do. And they actually called Chase Elliott to pit road. He will probably come next time, Steve, because he's going to be close enough to the leader to be able to do that. But 4 tires.
So Logano is pitting.
Joey Logano, we expect Chase Elliott the next lap.
10 seconds. They didn't wait on fuel on that car, so as we see
No, I guess not.
leaving pit road, no one else joins them on a pit lane. They're going to stay on the racetrack. Let's see what Logano looks like relative to the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Here's 22 on that warm-up lane. This is going to be close. Here's Bubba Wallace at speed.
No, Logano's going to stay on the lap.
As fast as you can run turn 2. Bubba is going to come off from turn 2 with a huge head of steam. Joey Logano needs to find every ounce of speed he can out of this Ford with under 2 to go.
And what a great job by Joey on pit road. Team making the pit stop. No mistakes. You can see he's only a second and a half, 2 seconds in front of Bubba Wallace. Any mistake on pit road, Rick, and it doesn't work. You get passed by Bubba Wallace. So great execution by everybody.
And this was really in question. Pit road speed 10 miles an hour slower this year. So all the data, Rick, everything you knew from years past kind of out the window.
And remember, they had to come in that last lap because pit road closes with 2 laps to go. Now it's 1 lap to go. So they came in when they had to, were able to execute. They're going to stay in front of Bubba Wallace. That means they'll stay on the lead lap. And when everybody else comes to pit road, they gain track position.
Yeah, again, this is a big day for Bubba Wallace. I thought he did a good job last week executing on other people's mistakes, getting points. Now he's going to put 10 points in the bank with this stage win. We've got a tight point battle at the end of this regular season. It's going to be gloves off. It's going to be fun for all of us. It's not going to be for these guys. It's going to be pressure filled.
And again, Bubba Wallace will get a playoff point for winning the stage, but more importantly...
And Bubba Wallace is going to win it. He's going to win Stage 2 at Indianapolis. Bubba Wallace wins Stage 2.
Those are very important. Bubba Wallace is going to win Stage 2 here in Indianapolis. Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, John Hunter Nemechek all in the top 5. That's Bubba's first stage win since 2022. Reddick, Stenhouse Jr., Mark Truex Jr., Bell, and
all right, so I'll be right back. I am going to go smoke again.
Strategies have all been played. We're getting ready for the final stage of the Brickyard 400 here at Indianapolis.
And I'll be back.
Watkins Glen has always been that perfect blend of beauty and the beast. A blend of fast and not so fast.
Am I fucking high? I'm fucking high.
Drama and history, with twists and turns, thrills and chills. A perfect racing experience for the whole family. NASCAR Playoffs weekend at Watkins Glen. Get your tickets now at glen.com.
More people play slots at Turning Stone for more chances to win, more jackpots like these. At Turning Stone, we're turning you into a winner. Turning Stone Resort Casino.
Burdick Chevy has it all this summer. Fully stocked, fantastic selection, sizzling summer savings like this.
Take up to $8,000 off the MSRP on your new 24 Silverado 1500 LT, or lease it for just $379 a month during the Chevy Summer Drive.
Hot products, hotter deals. That's why now's the time to buy. Together, let's drive. Burdick Chevrolet at Drivers Village. Shop BurdickGM.com.
Wrongful death after a motor vehicle crash. The words say it all, but do not begin to capture the anguish, the suffering, and the loss. It's hard not to be emotional during a time like that. But that's exactly the time when you need someone to be clear-headed, eyes open, and know exactly what has to be done to protect survivors and to get some justice. That someone will be me, William Mattar, when you call 444-4444.
More people play slots at Turning Stone for more chances to win, more jackpots like these. At Turning Stone, we're turning you into a winner. Turning Stone Resort Casino.
NBC3, your local home for the Paris Olympics.
Indianapolis has so many exciting events taking place. Of course, in the month of May, it's dominated around this racetrack with the Indy 500, but also this summer, the Olympic trials for the swim team is right here in Indianapolis also as we get ready for the Olympic break taking place. And then, of course, the Brickyard 400 for NASCAR. We have one stage remaining. Bubba Wallace winning Stage 2. Denny Hamlin won Stage 1. And now we're seeing who's coming to pit road and who will stay out. Denny Hamlin stayed out. And Dave, they're headed at you.
And Bubba Wallace with that stage win, the 10 points in, for stage win that you talked about. Bubba said finally on the radio. Then they got back to focusing. He made it all the way on fuel, which was great. The car balance is good. He was instructed to go on the jack. We'll see if they only take 2 here. Ryan Blaney, his car was a little bit free, half number loose, a little bit on the exits, Marty.
During that caution, there was not a word spoken between Chris Gabehart until Denny Hamlin, until the very end when he said, "Stay out here." They last pitted at lap 70. Meanwhile, Chase Elliott told Alan Gustafson, "Give me clean air and we can do something." He comes in second. Now how long do they have to stay on pit road and take fuel here? The pace still in the 9 car, Rick.
17 cars stayed out on the racetrack as we get ready for the restart and the final stage.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America.
Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. Your mission is our purpose.
I'm on here telling people how Experian can help them save $800 on car insurance. Experian shops with over 40 top providers to find you a great policy, and they'll alert you if they find a better rate.
Great. Now never have to shop for car insurance again.
Experian got your back.
Go to Experian.com/car.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Delicioussment.
They say you can't put a price on fun, but they don't know what the heck they're talking about. Fun's now $1.99 at Sonic with creamy queso wraps and more. Take that, they. The Fun 99 menu. 5 items, always $1.99.
With generative AI on AWS, companies are already transforming how they work to generate new ideas and turn experiments
Glad you're happy, Chester.
into reality. AWS is the easiest way to get up and running, so you can quickly build and scale generative AI with security built in. With generative AI on AWS, businesses can push the boundaries of innovation.
The greater the risk, the sweeter the
Yeah, he
reward.
has to pay.
This is IndyCar.
I think he did.
Getting ready to restart stage 3 here at Indianapolis. Denny Hamlin
Yeah, he
on the
did.
front row is crew chief Chris Gabehart. So tell me the decision to stay out there and what's the plan from here?
It's tight, but golly, it's loud here. We need mufflers.
No.
It's tight, but in very tight situations, I have a play that it's almost always right. And it's the Brickyard 400. Conservatism isn't going to win, and I'm here to win, so that's what we're going to do.
And DJ Chris Gabehart did tell me this morning, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win this race. When he says it's tight, he means they're trying to do it on one more stop, but it's really close to do that.
Ooh, I love that strategy. Come here to win. That's exactly what you want to do. You want this trophy. We had a great moment earlier today. The guys that were a part of that first Brickyard 400 in 1994. Great to catch up with some of them. Of course, I see Jeff Burton every week. That's Todd Parrott on the right. Jeff Gordon, the winner of that first race here at the Brickyard in 94. So it was a lot of fun to catch up with. And Rick Mast was also here, one of the drivers, and he was the winner of the pole for the first Brickyard 400, Jeff.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to catch up, and kind of everybody spent about 15-20 minutes just talking about that experience and being here together to remember it and honor it. It was a lot of fun. It's always an honor to stand with those guys.
30-year anniversary, and celebrating that as we get ready for the restart. John Hunter Nemechek and Denny Hamlin making up the front row. Steve, who has the advantage now that we get ready for the final stage?
Well, if they make it on gas, I like the 11 and the 42, but you can hear the concern and the question mark and the wheels grinding for Chris Gabehart during that interview. So the fuel's going to be a real big conversation. The 45 of Tyler Reddick had to come in
almost
second
20-minute
time
green flag
looked like
run
they had
there.
some sort of issue with the left front. So
Here we go.
with the best seat in the house. He's going to start here with 57 to go all the way at the back.
Back green.
2 by 2, and the final stage
Green
is
flag.
underway of the Brickyard 400. Great restart for
Just go it out.
And here comes the 47, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And if Denny's worried about fuel, when does he start saving? Right now?
Well, I think you need to run a couple laps and let everything get strung out.
Everyone's
and see who
probably
you're
worried
racing
about
with,
fuel.
because you're concerned about these guys in the back. You see the second.
Maybe besides
the
Bubba,
70,
like the guys who just pitted.
side by side at the bottom. Joey Logano pops down there, I think, as well as Blaney. That's the idea. So if you're good on fuel, always be sort of smoke.
Woo! Oh, in the wall goes Truex. Oh, and around goes Barry into the wall. Caution is out.
That's just a chain reaction. It's so difficult to see at this racetrack in front when things start happening. Everybody's single file. It's just very difficult to know what's going on.
It looked to me like the left rear tire blew. We saw that little bit of smoke for the 19.
So good 48-second green flag run there.
For a moment.
Let's listen to the 19 radio.
One car just shoving out of the way, as usual.
One car. Ross Chastain. Truex is running inside the top 5. Chastain's running 6. Jeff, let's look.
Yeah, see, watch down the back straightaway. They're all contesting this spot.
Fuck Truex.
Larson trying to make a move here, contact, and then right here, that puts them 3 wide. Chastain tries to roll behind them, and the contact's there. With Larson, I don't know.
I think the one car all the way back that hit him on the straightaway, I believe the 19 now has a tire going down. Unless that's the contact with the 5. I don't know, because there was contact with the 1 earlier.
Yeah, I think that this wreck is because of the contact with the 5.
It's never good when we have to dissect which contact caused the wreck.
Yeah, see, he's in there, and he's got good pace. He's able to keep pace, and then there's contact here. Right there is contact. And that gets him up the racetrack.
Yep.
And now he's along for the ride. I'm not sure tire's down.
Yeah, so he said the 1 car, so I was looking at the 1. Well, I was looking at Chastain, but I'm with you, Jeff, right? And then the contact when we saw with the 5, then the 4 kind of gets turned around.
A lot of damage to the front for Josh Berry.
So they're 3 wide here. Chastain lifts. He doesn't want to be 3 wide on the outside. Rolls in behind. There they make contact. The 19 and the 5 make contact.
Yep.
I don't see where Chastain ever made. Right here they make contact.
Yeah, a lot going on for sure between the 5, the 19, and the 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 wide down the straightaway at Indy, and you know, it's going to happen, but things happen quickly, Rick. A lot of times when you're in the car, you're not completely sure what happens. This is right along with Larson.
Contact there. More contact. You're riding along with Kyle Busch.
Yeah, I don't think that 19 ever had a tire down. I just think he's out of the groove.
Out of the racetrack, and then behind them, Josh Berry in the 4. Let's listen in on the 19 radio again.
Well, the 5, I was just trying to hold on to with the 1 car there. I don't know. I think he thought I was trying to hit him in the side, but I was just going to hang there next to him.
So I think he's he's referring to the backstretch. So if we went back on board with Kyle Larson, I'm talking way back on the straightaway, there's contact between the 19 and the 5, and you know, if you're on board with the 5, it feels like the 19's coming over. But it sounds to me as Truex say, hey, let Larson know, you know, the 1 was running me down there. Truex still hasn't really referenced the 5's contact in the corner, because I see it how you see it, Jeff, right? They make contact, and the 19 goes up the racetrack. Poor Josh Berry, he just, in the stack up, turned around and knocked the nose off.
Yeah, a lot of times drivers, in the heat of the moment, speak with emotions, right? And he was mad because of the contact on the back straightaway, and that's what he's talking about, you know, because he feels like that's the cause of it. So let's ride through this entire restart, or this lap, which is always crazy. See right here, yeah, there. So now Chastain in that red car on the outside doesn't really have any momentum. Truex muscling his way to the middle. Just aggressive racing. That's really all it is. See right there, Truex he's muscling his way to the middle, and Chastain's like, you're not taking the middle, and Kyle Larson's like, what is happening? Why I can't get running through the grass?
Grass is coming, guys. I need to get up the racetrack.
What we say, racing happens.
That's it. Racing happens at high speeds here at Indianapolis.
That was the 5th caution that came out. The 19 involved as well as the 4.
When we're young, we're told anything is possible, but only a few of us go out and prove it.
Anna Hall is chasing down history.
Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity Mobile. Only Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds up to a gig in millions of locations.
Whoa.
And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy 1 unlimited line and get 1 free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
You can only get Wendy's new saucy nugs at Wendy's. So if anyone ever tries to tell you they have saucy nugs at home, you might want to see what else they're hiding. Because that person lies. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
If this is your idea of ladylike, you're gonna fit right in. Join us at Toyota Racing.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
Pizza Hut, you owe Chicago an apology.
Deep dishes for tours. Tavern-style pizza is our thing. You just had to tell America about our thin, crispy crust.
Try any of our large Chicago tavern-style recipes for just $12 each. Sorry, Chicago. No one out pizzas the Hut.
Drive there, the 8. Bring it home, baby. Yeah, boy. Great job.
I'ma give the people just what they want. Trophies, banners up on their walls. Champagne bottles emptied on floors.
Second server, high first. Oh, look at that, guys. Hell yeah, boys. Doing it at home. That's how you win a race.
I got a bump in my palms, yeah.
After the Olympic break, it will be back to Richmond, where Denny Hamlin will bring the broom to see if he can sweep the Richmond races in 2024. Check in with Dave Burns on the 14 team.
Rick, he's running fourth
Just to
now.
go
Good
out.
strategy. He's on those need to stop one more time strategies. But Chase Briscoe doesn't get to the track, or anybody sees this 14 car without the work of Todd Cable, his hauler driver. There's Todd. He also catches the right front on race day when it comes off the race car. Todd told me he'll drive about 60,000 miles in a year with that hauler going from place to place to place. And he learned it from one of the best. His dad, Tony, was a NASCAR official on pit lane, but he also had another very special job. He drove the Cup Series hauler. Yep, those 60,000 miles that the series would need to have all their meetings in, etc. Tony did that. And then Todd got the bug, and he got the racing in him, and so he joined SHR. One of the very famous haulers that he drove was Danica's number 10, that GoDaddy hauler. And, of course, working with your dad, who could have it better? There they are working together in one of the NASCAR races. Tony's still with us. He's 80 years old, living the good life, according to Todd. His hardest thing now, the biggest stress, where do I eat dinner on any given day? So glad to have them in the family, and, of course, his job so very important to this 14 team each and every week.
60,000 miles a year these hauler drivers put in.
Those guys are they really are the heartbeat of race teams. They do such a great job of getting precious cargo up and down the road, and they also are more than just that. They're part of the race team. You heard he catches tires, and they're a very important part of the race team, and they do such a great job, and they go unnoticed quite often.
Marty, the 11, does this help their fuel strategy?
Well, when I sat down with Chris Gabart to do that interview a moment ago, he said, I think we're going to get an early caution in this stage. At least I hope we do. And the answer is, Steve, yes, it does get them what they need to be able to connect it on just one more stop left in the race. But your phrase, fuel tax, it's very popular here on pit road, Steve. They will have a very long pit stop on that final stop of the day to make sure it's packed full of fuel. But Hamlin has the track position he needs right now.
Well, the advantage for Hamlin is when I look around, all the cars around him hit it on the same lap. So even if they've been a little better at saving fuel, you're looking at a gallon or two. That's not going to be huge to kind of leapfrog. His big pressure comes back. You have cars that pitted around, lap 102 from 15th off. Rex and Kozlowski and those. And then we have a whole nother group of cars like Reddick here, the Xfinity Mobile onboard. I love this camera on the spoiler cam. The good news for Reddick, the spoiler's still there. The bad news is the track position isn't. He's back at 28th. He's pitted a couple times. He has a lot of fuel on the car, so a timed caution. And there's still opportunities, but, in a race where you wanted to keep control after leading early, he's kind of lost control of the race all the way back at 28th.
All right, we're going to go back green here with,
Pace car puts the
I think,
fuel back
51 laps to go.
John Hunter Nemechek will be on the outside of that front row. Stenhouse Jr.
Green flag.
Briscoe making up row 2, and green flag back in the air.
That was a great launch by the 11 car, Denny Hamlin.
Oh, trouble! Big crash. Logano and Johnson. Is that 84 Johnson?
84. Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
Well, this is picking up. Clearly, caution before this one. Now this one, all on restarts.
Logano's wrecked and he's leaking oil.
Today. Yeah, it's just, you can see how important track position is, and you have to get it on these restarts. It just puts you in a position of doing things you don't really want to do.
Jimmy can't get a brake cover, yeah.
May not want to put it 3 wide, but you have to and see what happens. A lot of 3 wide guys blocking. It's 77.
The 12. 12 was sideways. Looks like he hit someone.
Yeah, but watch right here. See that in 3/4 of the way back, Hocevar in the middle trying to make it 3 wide. They're coming to the corner. Everybody's got to start slowing down and trying to get to their line. Blaney doesn't know he's there, pinches him off. That's where it starts.
That was Austin Dillon's view, vantage point.
There's big impacts for Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano. Here's Joey Logano's ride. Let's listen. Or he's pointed the wrong direction before he even knew why or what happened. It's frustrating, you know, this race means so much. And just a victim of other people.
Logano's out.
22. He'll go the AMR safety crew to the infield care center from that last accident. Both drivers have been checked out and released now. Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano will have to go to the infield. Well, looks like Jimmy Johnson might drive it back to pit road to see what he can salvage of this. Four-time winner here at the Brickyard.
50 to go in the race, will be 49 to go when pit road is open this time around. Just don't know. Man, I don't think you could risk. I mean, if you're Hamlin, Nemechek, I don't think you're inside the window. The question, you know, who throws a Hail Mary? Who says, man, we're going to keep getting these accidents, and I want to be the first guy to pit road. I mean, you're looking at, I don't know, 6-7 laps outside their window.
Yeah, some of those cars have made contact. The 12 of Blaney, you know, how bad is it? Do we have to pit? You know, he doesn't really want to pit, but they need to come in and look at the fenders, make sure it's okay. There were some other cars that made contact. Those are hard decisions, Steve, for crew chiefs and drivers.
Pit road's still closed.
I will tell you that if I am, you know, not this guy, I think he has position, but when I look at the back half of the field, right, people that have kind of gone away, like Bubba Wallace in 22nd, you know, what, maybe pit from 22nd if you fill it up with gas right now. You would only need a splash, or maybe you wouldn't even have to come again. Marty, you hearing anything on pit road?
Well, I was going to say, you got to think about Tyler Reddick. They just pitted a moment ago. They're way back in 27th. I think Billy Scott is considering him, but I want to go back on the 11 pit box, Steve, and say, what is this moment like as a crew chief here? You're right, they are short on fuel, and I've heard crew chiefs say, I'm working on strategy. Cliff Daniels told Kyle Larson that a moment ago. What are these moments like? What's the communication like for, in essence, a head coach like Chris Gabehart?
Well, the key is that you have had to talk through, you know, what we think our projected fuel numbers are, how much we think we can save, what are those real numbers, how many yellows away we are. I mean, that's really what I'm wanting to know. I'm wanting to know from my engineer, right now, when we pit with 48 to go, how far short are we running normal? How far short are we saving the best we can by not shifting? And then I can decide from a crew chief standpoint if I'm willing to risk it. That choice, it's kind of like going for it on fourth down. That's not the engineer's choice. That is yours. That is the head coach's choice. Your job, your career, your name is at the top of that. You have to make the toughest decisions, but you have a lot of people on your team feeding you with information. Dave.
Steve, we saw that the 12 of Ryan Blaney was in and around that incident. Here was his radio, because obviously strategy is involved here at the end. Here was a radio discussion with crew chief Jonathan Hassler.
Honestly, I mean, I don't know what you want to do here, but I think my tires are fine. Copy. We're about, I don't know, 4 or 5 laps earlier than when I wanted to come for fuel. So if you thought you had any issue, that'd be okay to try to gamble and just fix the tires now.
But Blaney assured him, I think my tires are fine.
It might get to a point where the guys who pitted
Guess what happens if you wait until
at
you
the
feel
end of
comfortable?
stage 2
Yeah, somebody else
might
You're
be
with
fine
everyone else,
if we
right?
didn't get so many cautions.
I don't know if it's Blaney, but right in front of him, you know, the 8, Kyle Busch, Randall Burnett has already made a couple really aggressive calls today. He's sitting here at 10th. I'm not saying there isn't a pathway for it, but he's at 10th. He's kind of at the back of the low fuel guys. He's going to have a slow pit stop. I mean, I would probably come if I'm the 8. At this point, Jeff, you talk about trying to make something happen. They're nearly 100 points out of the playoffs. So let's see who's willing to gamble. Yeah, I don't think this is a fake. I think this is the real deal by the front of the field. Hand's been played by Denny Hamlin. This is it.
Kyle's pitting.
48 to go. When he crosses the start-finish line on pit road, they're going to try to find about 12 or 15 miles of this gas tank, Dave.
So Chase Briscoe was told, you're going to have to wait because we got to get this pack full of fuel. So Richard Boswell making the gamble here to bring his driver out of 3rd place down to pit road, fill that car full of fuel, give it fresh rubber, Marty.
And Dave, that caution would have brought these teams that came to pit road
Yeah,
a
it
lot
was
more
his pit
insurance,
stop
like
he had to
Denny
do.
Hamlin and his race team. But Chris Gabehart told me earlier, and he said it on the air, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win the Brickyard 400. I'm not worried about points at all. All I want is a trophy at the end of the day. So 4 fresh, cleaner tires, fuel, but with 1:58 to go. Likely not to the end of the race unless they get another caution.
And you see Denny needing more fuel. How many spots it cost him on pit road?
Restarts have been difficult. This most recent one, about 84 involved. And now we'll have another restart. We return to Indianapolis.
You won't believe this, but Wendy's has new saucy nugs. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, ghost pepper, sauce. And if Wendy's found a way to make their nugs even better, that means anything is sauceable! Okay, not really. But Wendy's nugs are definitely now sauceable. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
It's Pod's biggest sale of the summer. Save up to 25% on moving and storage for a limited time. And see why Pods has been trusted with over 6 million moves. But don't wait. Use promo code BIG25 to save. Visit pods.com today.
I got an idea.
No.
Everybody safe? I'm good. There's no seatbelt in the middle.
The hell with the seatbelt? We're on the edge.
God, I missed 2 axles.
Here we go again.
Drop your weapons!
Some things never change.
I love Beverly Hills. Rated R.
When Just for Men eliminates gray, you get a great before and after. And then the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And try one-day beard and brow color. The fastest, easiest way to cover grays and define lines.
This will be a gold mine of local intel, just you wait.
Right. So tell us about this corn festival. Oh, you got your corn pudding, you got your corn chowder. So is it safe around here? Sometimes.
If a family of 8 were to need a cold plunge, where would they find it?
Oh, then they dip it in butter and bam, it goes right. Really cute vampire bar, like a reverend does, like a blessing on the corn.
Donut shops, how far from here?
No eyebrows?
Think of how light it'll feel in the summer. We gotta run. 11,000 more neighborhoods to go.
Ding dong.
Homes.com.
Who are those women, guardians of realms flame? They have great powers. We're planning a coup against the Emperor.
Careful, woman. Mere thought can lead to execution.
I will have no more of this house of death. One step at a time, daughter.
This is my last season. I feel like I've done everything that I need to do.
This could be it for the Phoenix.
Knowing that I've inspired people, it's been such an incredible journey.
American Ninja Warrior, Monday on NBC and Peacock.
This afternoon's aerial coverage brought to you by Shady Rays. Faith Pagoda. Right at the start-finish line here, 10 stories tall. Let's take a look at the accident of the start, this restart.
Yeah, again, it's just aggressive racing. The bottom lane goes, blocking, and then the second just stays in his lane. They get to the corner, and Blaney needs to get down the racetrack and not to be 3 wide. And, it's... Everybody wants to point the finger at Hocevar all the time, saying it's his fault. I just don't see that here. I think he's there.
Yeah, so if you look right here, I agree. We're looking at the 2 yellow cars. The bright car on the outside is Blaney. The more traditional yellow, that's Hocevar in the middle. I agree completely. I'm not saying Blaney knew he was there and turned down anyway. He either didn't know he was there or mistimed it. But I think the 77, look right here. I mean, he can't really go anywhere. There's a car to his left, car to his right. And you can't always expect the guy to lift. Carson has kind of worked his way in there. I think the 77 didn't do anything wrong.
Well, even if he lifted, there was still somebody on the outside.
Yeah.
Who is going to be put 3 wide, right? It was somebody on the outside.
And Blaney is normally a pretty fired up driver, so if he thought it was Hocevar, I think we would have heard some radio of blame, but I just think even Blaney knows that, man, that's just racing. That's us trying to all get into turn 1.
Cindric was behind Hocevar. Hocevar held that line, but Cindric gave him a pretty good shove, so that's why.
All right, going back green.
We get ready for the restart. That's Ross Chastain up here on the front row with John Hunter Nemechek on the inside.
Nemechek has his hand out the
Free flag.
waving. Want Bowman to see that, to know when to go. That way he can push him. Here comes the push.
And the 5 looks to the inside in that third row on the inside lane. Not able to do anything with it. And a big launch for Ross Chastain on the outside of row 1. He takes the lead in the Brickyard.
And how about Alex Bowman in third? What a 3-week stretch. The big win at Chicago. A great run last week, and here he is again.
More 3-wide action. Rexon with a big push to Chase Elliott.
And there's that 77 of Hocevar.
I mean, look at this bit. Hocevar, Gregson, Reddick, Haley, Brad Kay. We got all kinds of new players.
Chastain, Nemechek up front. Just mentioned Bowman on a heater. He's running third. Larson, Elliott, top 5.
We say be the leader of your group. That's what Ryan Blaney has done. He's the leader of the cars that were just on pit road as we see more battling farther back in the pack.
These last 2 restarts have not gone well for Ricky Stenhouse, losing a lot of spots again on the outside.
Ooh, Todd Gillen with a big move to the bottom 3 wide. More pushing and shoving behind him.
Wow. Bush all but in the grass.
We got into the back of that 8 as he was trying to come back in front of him. A little more contact there through the short chute.
They do not leave each other space, do they? I mean, when you get on the outside, right on the door of the leaders, you see a big single file train. So many different agendas, different strategies, balance of race car, fuel loads.
Chastain, Nemechek, they were last on pit road. As a matter of fact, Bowman on the same cycle, last on pit road on lap 70.
Impressive move by Suarez, 3 wide, and was able to pull it off.
Stenhouse is struggling. That outside car, he is in the way right now. His car not doing anything like he needs it to.
Running 25th. We mentioned after the restarts, 20th to 30th, it is a dogfight back here.
It is, and it's, you know, like I said, the agenda thing is really what makes it even more confusing.
Chastain and Nemechek separated by about 0.3 of a second. So, Steve, because they came at lap 70, the earliest that they would come would be in maybe 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so, you know, we're talking like 40, 41, 42 laps. So I really think the final pit window is open. As you see right here, we'll be coming around to 42 to go. I think that's what they can all run under green pretty reasonably. I mean, give or take a quart of gas. So now the question is, you know, how soon do you come? Remember, you will lose a lap to some. The front 2 or 3, even 4 cars will probably pit and not lose a lap. But your concern is you see Chase Elliott only 15 laps since his last pit. So if he runs long, he would hold you down a lap, right? You kind of want everybody to come at once. But I don't think they're going to get that. The real winner in my mind, if you look down here, is let's look at this group. 5 laps since they were on pit road for Blaney, Gibbs, Smith, and Hamlin. Now remember, they were short. We've had some yellows. We're not exactly sure where they've stacked up. We'll just have to wait and see as we continue to run.
So again, Ross Chastain is out front. Ross is one of those drivers who's still looking for a win in 2024 to see if he can lock himself into the playoffs. John Hunter Nemechek with Legacy Motor Club running in that 2nd spot. Alex Bowman has his win and is locked into the playoffs. Kyle Larson back at Indy. After the last time he was here, he was in an Indy car running in the Indy 500. Let's go through the field, brought to you by Xfinity. Marty will start with the 9 car, who's running 5th.
It's been a scrap for Chase Elliott today after the early penalty rig in stage 1. Here they are in the top 5. What's the plan for the rest of the race? Listen in.
Is fuel savings of any importance at this juncture? You've got the best fuel and everybody in front of you. If you can stay safe, but if you can push them, push them. We need as big a gap to the guys who pit as we can get, because they will only take fuel under green.
Well, Kim, it's a fascinating mix of what drivers are having to do today. Save when they can, but push when they have the opportunity as well.
And
And for sixth place runner Noah Gragson, he celebrated a birthday on Monday. He turned 26. I asked him, did he do anything special? He said, no, 26 is not a big milestone. What would make this birthday week even bigger would be a strong performance, even a win here at the Brickyard. This team has made small gains from Friday to Saturday right now. Gragson just saying he's running a little bit tight, Dave.
2 top 10s so far this year for Carson Hocevar, and sticking with it at that last restart. No damage that he knows of on the race car, trying to make it to the end. Luke Lambert thought they had a pretty good power, even though they qualified 28th. He still felt like it was good balance for Hocevar. If he could just find a way to the front, Marty, he's found it.
And Dave, I would bet those who pitted at lap 70, including the top 3 drivers and the top 4, really with Kyle Larson, would come very soon. Tyler Reddick, though, pit last at 107. And in a game of seconds, Kim, they have a little fuel advantage over everybody else.
And what a rebound for Brad Keselowski and the 6 team after they got that blend rule violation earlier in the race. Keselowski all race long just said, the car is really good. I just struggle in dirty air. He runs in the 9th position. Behind him in the 10th position, Justin Haley. Justin, an Indiana boy, grew up in Winamac, so this race means so much to him, and a big day if he's able to finish top 10, Dave.
The 48 of, you see John Hunter Nemechek there, the 42 there is the 48 of Alex Bowman. What a wild day. He had fire and smoke in the cockpit earlier, had electrical issues going on, but now he's been up to the front of the race. This will be his last stop for Alex Bowman, Marty.
So as soon as the window opened, Ben Bayshore called John Hunter Nemechek down pit road. Not only have they had terrific strategy today, they've had pace as well in this Legacy Motor Club Toyota. John Hunter coming down pit road, Steve, the window just opened to make it to the end of the race as you see 39 to go.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you sit there and you wait on fuel. They do a nice job. You have to get it full, but they will lose a lap, I think, to some cars. The 5 for sure, which is going to end up being the leader. Although he is only a couple laps away from pitting, I think the 9 is the car that really everybody should be concerned about because he can run quite a bit farther on fuel. They do a nice job. They stay in front of the 5 so far. The 5 might get him on the back stretch. Yeah, there you go. So now the 9 is really their concern. Kim.
And for Ross Chastain, this team needed a big day after coming in the last position on the playoff grid. Ross had a kneeboard turn. It feels like the rears are bouncing, but I would still free it up a little bit when I come in.
And you got to make sure when you come onto pit road that you get down to 45 miles per hour. Ross did it just a little bit late.
Well, we see how close it's been to get to pit road and not lose a lap. Ross with, I mean, that has to be 200-300 feet of right front lockup.
That's Ross getting onto pit road. And now Larson on pit road, Marty.
Here comes Kyle Larson down pit road. So these are the ones that pitted at 102, have a little bit less fuel. They had to come down here, but with 37 to go, they should be able to make it all the way. Remember, Kyle Larson had the issue earlier. They did not get the left rear tight on the 5 pit stop, so they had to come back down pit road. So Larson will make his final stop of the day. And also of note, Ty Gibbs has radioed in now a couple of times. He is near the cut line in the playoffs that he has an engine issue in the 54. Remember, last week at Pocono, they lost an engine for Ty Gibbs after starting up front in that race. And today, another engine issue possibly for Ty Gibbs. At this moment, plus 49 above the cut line for Ty Gibbs. We'll see how that plays out for the rest of the race. Meanwhile, here comes Chase Elliott down pit road. We'll see if they have a little bit quicker pit stop than everybody else. We talked about the small advantage they had over everyone else who pitted at 102. They last pitted at 107.
Oh, trouble, Truex.
Caution, Rick, maybe on the racetrack. Martin Truex Jr.
Caution.
Truex Jr. up toward the wall, and the 9 was on pit road already, so when pit road closes, he's already there. He can do his stop.
Yeah, and he shouldn't lose his lap now because the rest of the field has slowed down. The 45 of Tyler Reddick, same situation. So you just have to be scored to the pit outline or the start-finish line, depending on where you're pitting. I think both of those cars are past the start-finish line, so the pit outline will be what matters. There's the 9. He scored. That'll be the lead lap for him. 45 of Tyler Reddick has also scored, lead lap for them. So with Noah Gragson leading the race, the 9, the 45, and all the other cars we saw on pit road will remain on the lead lap.
So after a little over a 9-minute green flag run.
Another tough situation for the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. He was trying to roll. You can see the left rear tire is down on that 19.
Yeah, he was about 3 seconds off pace. you know, after
Fuck
that damage.
trucks.
So car just wasn't right. Ended up rubbing the left rear and cutting it.
Fuck trucks.
So that brings the caution out for the 7th time. Advantage who, Steve?
If I could be a car right now, I think the 12 of Ryan Blaney is in a really good spot.
And Kim is with Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson, part of that earlier caution. What happened?
Don't have a good idea. Had contact from the right side and got turned around on the outside wall. It's unfortunate for Carvana. Eager to give them a great run. They've been such great supporters of me. You know, we just had a very solid performance. Drove from 33rd, almost in the top 10. And unfortunate, just some aggression on this restart, I guess, here on the screen. And I got right reared and around I went. But you know, we'll be back. So happy to see some Legacy Motor Club cars running up towards the front. John Hunter's doing a great job. The Family Dollar Tree vehicle. And we'll see how he finishes.
No luck for four-time Indy winner Jimmy Johnson.
I had a conversation with Jimmy this morning about the race team he's part owner in, and he was talking about the changes they're making, the effort they're putting in. They're not where they want to be, but he feels like they're going to get there. They're committed to making the changes, and he was really excited about it. I mean, he was telling me that, you know, he's spending a lot of time, more time at the shop. He's spending more time in planning and organizing and making changes, and he was super excited about it.
Marty.
And we mentioned the engine issue for Ty Gibbs. He is here on pit road. The hood just went back down, and man, it does sound absolutely sour. You see the engine tuner for the 11 team of Denny Hamlin trying to come and check and see what's going on and diagnose the issue. As of this moment, and it sounds terrible when it leaves pit road, they're plus 48 above the cut line, but not much you can do when the cylinder starts to go down here towards the end of the race, Steve.
No, there's really no fixes unless you're lucky enough it's a spark plug wire or something to that effect. That's kind of what you open the hood maybe and try to diagnose what cylinder it is, but now you just hope that it can get to the finish.
Another one out of the race. Joey Logano.
Damn, Gene Doyle motor on it.
Joey's part of that same incident as Jimmy Johnson. Let's see if he's got a different perspective. What do you feel like happened during your incident?
I tried to watch the replay. It seems like they're 3 wide, a couple of rows behind me, and the wreck caught me. Unfortunately, it's I guess I can watch it one more time here. Yeah, it looks like host of ours sent it down the center and just kind of stuffed it in there late. Seems like something he's done a lot recently, and unfortunately, it's caught up to me. As a right rear Jimmy into my left rear, nose our show comes a Mustang in the wall. It's a bummer, you know. You come here to Indy once a year, and all you dream of is kissing the bricks. And our team gave me a really good race car, and we were the leader of our strategy, and that's kind of all you can hope for, right? Is get to the lead of your strategy. And we were going to have a shorter pit stop. We were trying to gain some spots on the restart, as a lot of guys were kind of staying out and trying to connect it. We can have a shorter stop than them, and that was when we were going to cycle back up to the front, hopefully, and we never got to see it through.
So unfortunate for that Penske driver.
You hear a lot of the same storylines from all the drivers, right? I needed to be the leader of my group. I needed to do, you know, be the leader of my strategy. I think they all, you know, they don't need to understand kind of which group they're a part of. That's not their job, really. That's the crew chief's job to figure out. All you can do as a driver is try to race the cars that are on your plan, right? You be at the front of it. If you're lucky enough to be, the last thing you want to do, Rick, is be on the absolute right plan and be the second best car on it, right? That's what you want to work out. So when you see Gregson, Hocevar, Keselowski, they were on last on pit road at lap 102. Ryan Blaney on pit road at 112. You hear him shutting his car off, saving gas.
We won't see them back on pit road, right? They're going to try to make it.
The 112
stretches.
Yeah, they're going to try to go 48 laps. The front 3, I think, have to pit. Hemrick probably is going to have to pit as well. Whether they choose to pit now or later, I could make an argument that you run a little bit longer. But I don't believe the 12 is going to pit again, Dave.
Ryan asked, have I saved enough? Crew chief said, I don't think we're in the clear, but I think we're going to be okay. There's your answer.
Yeah, I mean, 5.
That's the same answer for Kyle.
Maybe 4.
Well, one thing for sure, cautions are helping.
Yeah.
I mean, because his car shut off. I mean, right now, it's not running, not burning any gas whatsoever. He'll fire it up, roll a little bit, and shut it back off. You get a few more cautions, and by the way, we've seen that you get one caution that tends to make others.
Yeah, so you're going to see the front 3 pit, Hemrick as well, and it really, no. Looks like Brad Kay's going to stay on the racetrack. There's some guys we haven't talked a lot about that are on the absolute right side of this, right? Zane Smith jumps to mind. So it'll be interesting how it plays out. Kim.
And for Noah Gragson, the biggest complaint all day has been just so tight. They have not been able to turn. So 4 fresh Goodyear tires is the call after the last 2 stops. They took 2. It's going to be a little bit of a weight on the fuel. And Noah Gragson completing his stop, Dave.
Car's been good for Hocevar. He brings it to pit lane, though, because he has to have fuel. There's a clearance on it as well. We saw how aggressive he can be on restarts. It'll be fun to watch him coming from the back. 2 right sides.
And the reason for this, the 7th caution was suspended by the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. So the restart with 32 to go. We come back.
The Earnhardt family has always trusted Bass Pro Shops for all their outdoor needs, and I continue to be a proud customer. I grew up shopping here, and now I love bringing my family here to gear up for all our adventures together. And now, Bass Pro Shops Club members enjoy special savings and earn points towards free gear, which is rewarding when buying what you need for your next adventure. Spending time outdoors with the ones you love, sharing memories, and making new ones, that's an Earnhardt family tradition that I'm proud to carry on.
At Cracker Barrel, we're putting a little sting in every bite of our fried chicken. But our new sweet heat sauce will have you saying, ooh, not ow. What are you waiting for? Buzz on in and try it. And now, get here early for deals on dinner classics.
When we're young, we're told anything is possible. But only a few of us go out and prove it. Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity Mobile. Only Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds up to a gig in millions of locations. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy 1 unlimited line and get 1 free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
We have 3 choices when adversity hits. We can either sit here and die.
Derek was facing a new way of life with a long journey ahead.
We can flee, not even fight.
We have a $2,000 travel grant.
Or we can just take it head on. The rest will take care of itself.
Here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And
there's a Casey King poster on my wall.
This Brickyard 400, the 30th anniversary of the first. After the Olympic break, it's back to short track racing, Richmond. And we'll be on the NBC Sports app for Cup Series practice and qualifying at 4:30. And then on Sunday, countdown to green at 5:30 on USA and 6 o'clock. Cup Series racing. Morning.
Rick, Denny Hamlin sits in 5th, and Chris Gabehart wanted to reset the playing field for his driver. Listen.
I'm not entirely comfortable yet, but I think we can make it with savings if needed. And 1 more caution and we're good. So I wanted the ball. I didn't want to go out back. Pray.
I wanted the ball. He has promised to be on offense all day long. Chris Gabehart so far has delivered on that. He has his driver in a good position. Hamlin is close on fuel, as you heard him talk about, but he also has some drivers to pass as he sits in 5th, Rick.
The bit of information as a driver that I need is who else is on my strategy. Blaney, that's what I needed to know. Blaney is on the same strategy that you're on. We don't think Hemrick and Keselowski can make it. They're on a big gamble here. You need to find a way to get in front of that 12 car.
I'll add Zane Smith to the outside of Blaney on the same strategy as well. Now, the 12 car might bring up some bad memories for Hamlin since it was just a week ago where he couldn't get by the 12 in the closing laps at Pocono.
Well, that 12 also a little shell-shocked on the whole fuel mileage situation from Gateway, where he ran out of gas at the white flag lap. So
green flag is coming back in the air.
He can. As we get ready for the
and
restart, it'll be
green flag
laps to go. Keselowski, the 6, drifts up the racetrack in the short chute. He takes the lead, and here comes Blaney.
Zoom, zoom.
Zane Smith in that 71 car. He went to the bottom and got in front of the 11 car.
So Hemrick trying to hold on to third right now, but that fight between Hemrick and Smith, 3 wide behind him.
Woo.
They were all able to get through. Keselowski, he's not worried about saving fuel right now. He's trying to pull away.
There you go.
Now fighting for spots, the 47, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Has Suarez on his outside. Big aggressive move. As Tyler Reddick tries to go by. We hear him shift.
Reddick last on pit road at 124. Fuel's not a concern. It's just speed, pace, aggressiveness. Try to push the cars. Don't allow them to run their own race. He's doing a nice job right now. Up into the 13th spot, looking at Suarez.
Keselowski last pitted on lap 102. No way he could make it to the end on that amount of fuel. So is he running hard so that he makes everybody else run hard?
Running hard and probably putting his last set of tires on closer to the finish. They know they're upside down on strategy. Maybe they'll get a caution where half the field will pit so he can kind of leave pit road with some track position.
Yeah, Kyle's like actually 6th right now. He's in 8th, but like 2 other guys have to pit, so.
They cannot make it on fuel by
Brad Keselowski and
cautions, they'll have the opportunity to get fresher tires than anybody else, or even if we get a string, depending on how they roll this gamble, stay out and stretch that fuel even more. I don't even know if that's an option, Steve. How many caution laps would they need?
I think it's really outside of reach. I mean, they would need 20 or 25 yellows by my math. I spent some time with Matt McCall earlier, although you see Brad half throttle down the straightaway, saving all he can, because even if they come to pit road, you want to put less fuel on board. And I was talking with Matt. He seemed upbeat. You know, it's been an up and down year. They did get that win finally for Brad as an owner driver, but he's like, man, every decision I make is the wrong one. If we pit, the caution goes the other way. If I stay out, the caution doesn't come. And I know what he means, Jeff. You know, a lot of these gambles are calculated, but they're still a gamble. And some days it's like, no matter what you do, you're on the wrong side of the coin flip.
Yeah, as we follow along with Brad looking at that telemetry, he's saving fuel in a different way. He was actually wide open leaving the corner, but then he would run halfway down the straightaway and then have a bigger lift. Completely different style of saving fuel.
But look at the pace of the race. It's a half a second slower than what we were running earlier on basically the same amount of tires. So, you know, and that's because Brad can save because Blaney wants to save. Blaney can save because Smith wants to save. Like, if the guys controlling the race are all patient, then it works. You just need somebody to kind of push the line along.
What didn't work was that restart for Denny Hamlin. You know, he needed to get, and he did not need that 71 of Zane Smith.
Cole and Herta won the IndyCar race?
No, he doesn't have one car to go through. He has 2 cars to go through.
Fifth gear all the way for Denny Hamlin. The shifting has stopped. Watch down into
I don't think
three.
he's won before.
Nice
Is that
and
his
early.
first win?
No downshift. I don't want to make it sound like a Sunday drive, but he seems pretty content at the pace that they are running, Marty.
And look, Look how much he's out of the throttle. Yeah, once that restart did not work out a moment ago for Denny Hamlin, Steve, Chris Gabehart told him on this lap coming down the front stretch, I need for you to start saving for me. Remember, they are right on the line after having last pitted at lap 112.
And the reason you save now is any fuel you use right now is just wasted. Where's he going to go? I mean, maybe you can get by Hemrick. You're not racing Hemrick. Hemrick has to come to pit road. The next position for Denny Hamlin is Zane Smith, 2 spots in front. Well, it's just not worth it. It's not worth, it's not worth the fuel you would burn to try to push those guys.
Yeah, Christopher Bell behind him is not going to push him because he's saving fuel as well. Gilliland behind him is saving fuel. So all of these guys are kind of in this together.
When is that magic number of you got to have the green light to go get them?
So for Hamlin, I think it's when Hemrick leaves. So there's no reason to push to Smith if Hemrick's still in your way because you don't want to burn fuel passing the guy that has to pit anyway. So I think he's going to run and run and run until either A, he saves so much that Gabehart kind of unleashes him and says, we're definitely good to go. B, you get a yellow that forces you to save enough gas. Or C, you get Hemrick out of the way where you can then go get the positions that matter. If we vacation together, Rick, and we're all going to check a bag, that's fine. You don't carry on, and I check a bag, we're going to be mad when we get there, right? We all have to have the same plan.
The problem with Hemrick, he could go past lap 150, so that's not enough laps for then Hamlin to try to go up there and catch Blaney.
That's why he's saving now, because I don't think it's hurting him to save. I don't think he's losing time or position.
So the guy that is not saving, Kyle Larson, he pitted on lap 123. And he has been passing several cars, and he is about a half a second a lap faster. So that's a guy that can mess his strategy up. If he can make some passes, and if he can get up there, then he's going to pick the pace up of everyone. Right now, though, he's having trouble getting by Priest.
There's your answer, Rick, right? To Jeff's point. Hamlin needs to go when he has a chance to pass, or when you're going to be passed. Yeah. You're going to have to finally go.
Dave.
Ryan Blaney is in second. He's on the lap 112. Last pitting plan. His crew chief is Jonathan Hassler. Yes, that's champion crew chief Hassler. He's from nearby Greencastle, Indiana. A home win would be great for him. How does he get there from here? He says he's doing really well, the driver, as he talked to him over the radio, on the fuel saving. So just a little bit to save, and they'll get there. He believes they can do it, Marty.
Dave, while we're talking about all these drivers saving, they called it a Sunday drive a moment ago. But, Jeff, there's a lot going on behind the wheel. Yes, Denny Hamlin trying to save fuel right here. But Chris Gabehart told him just a moment ago, he said, listen, whatever you do, I need you to save me that fuel. Do not let your teammate Christopher Bell buy you. So saving fuel while also keeping track position, Kim.
And for Zane Smith in the third position, there on that 112 plan that Ryan Blaney is also on, and a great gamble by crew chief Stephen Dorn in his rookie season as a Cup Series crew chief. They gambled back in Nashville, got career best finish for Zane Smith in the Cup Series of second. And Stephen's been honest. He said there's challenges he did not expect being a younger, newer crew chief with a younger, newer driver. Stuff he took for granted when he was with Kevin Harvick, when he spent so many years with that Ford team. But he said he has learned so much, and it has made him a better crew chief.
It's a great update by Kim of what it's like to try to figure this out as you go. And as we see Brad lead and Blaney, look how close the cars are. I mean, Brad has stacked this field together.
And we saw a big run by Denny Hamlin, and he decided not to make the move. That's to save fuel, right? He's letting Hemrick kind of pull him along around this track.
Well, they're running 52-second laps. Look at the total speed. They're down almost to 160 miles an hour in the middle of the corner. Let's look at top
Or says more laps on India than anyone else. That's not true.
200 miles an hour earlier in the race. I bet you
Kyle, I think, does, or Logano, maybe.
193.
Because of the Xfinity races that they ran.
2 seconds slower than they can run. We have seen low 50
Maybe
laps.
Keselowski.
They're running 52-50s. It's a narrow racetrack. They are just stacking the air up, not letting anybody move.
And you would think that would be advantageous for a guy like Kyle Larson, who is on the gas trying to go, but we haven't seen him make a lot of moves.
That's right.
So Keselowski is the Pied Piper, leading everyone around Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I'm moving to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. If I had my way, peaches every day, peaches candy in my hand. Millions of peaches,
mozzarella sticks are just 50 cents for a limited time.
Yes, unbelievable.
Now that's eating good in the neighborhood. You don't have to be in the race to be in the race.
The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back. The 58 is going to win in Phoenix.
Enter now for your chance to win a VIP trip for two to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race at the Phoenix Raceway, with the grand prize winner taking home $1 million. The race for the million is on. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, and home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
So don't let that chip spoil your trip.
So Kamala Harris is running for president. It's not gonna happen. I think Trump's gonna win.
Could have helped. A chip
I
repair
really
is
don't
faster,
get it.
cheaper, and
Fuck.
easier than a new windshield. And with your insurance, it's usually free. So don't let that chip spoil your trip. Book today.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
If you thought one napkin for the quarter pounder with cheese was enough, it's not enough.
4 years of hard work, 4 years of dedication. Everything comes down to this moment.
Australia has been unbelievable. The greatest female swimmer of all time. Welcome back, Simone Biles.
She continues to amaze us every single time she competes.
The guy with the most fuel is the one who is pushing it. And we just see Kyle Busch now go back by Kyle Larson. So Busch doesn't have as much fuel as Larson does, but Larson is pushing the pace. He has moved up to 8th. Kyle Busch just took 7th away from him.
Yeah, well, Larson he is the one making the moves. He's been very aggressive late down the straightaway as everybody else is trying to save fuel. He turns out late. He's made a lot of passes. He had a pass made on Gilliland, and then Busch saw it happen, saw him too wide, made it 3 wide, took that spot back, and Larson is so frustrated right now. Not that Busch did anything wrong, but now he was going to be right at the 20 car. Now he's got to go back by the 8 car, and the laps are winding down. He's got to make these passes quickly. Watch this move right here at the end of the straightaway.
Time running out at Indianapolis, and yes, it's been Kyle Larson, also Tyler Reddick towing him through the field as well. But before this restart, Cliff Daniels told Kyle Larson, go on offense. Listen in.
But we are right now over 1 lap to the good on fuel to the end of the race. And as it stands right now, a lot of those guys think they are a lap short if it were to go green. Offensive things that we can do is only going to, help put them in a worse spot of having to go hard and burn more fuel.
And there he goes for another pass, now up to 7th for Kyle Larson. Steve, are they in the best spot? Obviously, as Cliff Daniels told him, we're 1 to the good. Don't worry about fuel. We can run hard to the end.
Well, they're obviously in the best spot for fuel, but, the pace has dropped so much that I just can't believe that Blaney, Zane Smith, and Denny Hamlin, I believe they can make it to the finish. So if 2nd, 3rd, and 5th can make it to the finish, then for Larson, he's got, and Bell, while I had Bell to the list as well, I know that you would think with a slower pace he should be able to overcome it, but he hasn't really. He's passed a couple. We'll see if he gets by the 20 or the 11. I think the 11 is really the benchmark for the 5. If the 5 can get by the 11, then we'll see how much pace the 12 has up there with a lighter fuel load.
Well, Denny's not going to let the 5 by him. You say that, those two don't play well together on the racetrack.
Well, I don't know if I would say the word let, but he also can only drive to what he has, as we see now with 15 to go.
You see everybody's blocking the bottom, taking that away from Larson. Larson just got to the point where I'm going in here, and whatever happens, happens, and that's what you have to do. Now Larson's to Hamlin. And those blocks, Larson's just not having it. And he is driving it deep in the corner. putting those guys in a bad situation. I think it's a different ball game right now. I think Larson is in control of this race.
Radio to Hamlin, that's enough. They've seen enough. They've told him to go. At this point, they know he has to keep the 5 behind him. So now the 11 has this trouble. Can he just turn the wick up? Right now, off the pace, he just doesn't have the speed. Hemrick is a problem in front of him. You see Chris Gabehart, he knows the 5 is the race. You see him reach up on the radio, talking to his driver. We have to make it happen. I agree, Jeff. They know the 5 is in control. If you let him go by you with more fuel, you'll never get another chance to get back by him.
Look at this. Look at Larson.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Larson.
That was a little too late.
Maybe Blaney.
Larson's not going to take it. You can see what he's willing to do.
How can Denny defend, right? I mean, what else can he do?
All you can do is try to get as low as you can. If you know he has a run, like right here, you're looking in the mirror. See right there? He's like, all right, get the outside. And look at Larson. He's like, nope, I'm coming on the inside. Hamlin missed the bottom. Now Larson tries to drive. Can't get there. But see how early Hamlin had to enter the corner? Larson was able to stay out later and get to the bottom later. That means he has forward momentum down this front straightaway.
We'll see if he tries to make the pass as they go into turn 1. Larson putting the pressure on the front 5.
So you see Hamlin now not only looking out his camera. Oh no!
See that time right there, what Larson did was he
Larson just
early.
passed Hamlin.
He lifted early. Hamlin drove in deep. Hamlin got tight behind Hemrick. Larson had forward momentum on corner exit. That is great driving by Larson.
Now Larson needs to get by Hemrick, but the 11 continues to save. Blaney is the target way up there of all the cars that have a chance to make it. I don't believe it's Brad Kay. I don't believe it's the 31 of Hemrick. It's Blaney, Zane Smith.
Look at Larson. Look at that late entry. He's able to really stay out. He's got a big run on Hemrick right here.
He's to the back bumper. And he's made some aggressive late moves. He's going to stay higher, though, this time as we see Hemrick go down and try to go by that 71 of Smith.
He's got to get this 71 quickly. He's got to get by him. Zane did a good job of recovering. But here comes the 5 with good momentum on corner exit.
Down the backstretch, Larson closing the gap. He'll look to the inside to pass Zane Smith.
And look at Blaney. Blaney's trying to get by Keselowski. He knows.
So Larson is past Zane Smith.
This is getting good.
Coming up on 11.
It's going to be between Larson and Blaney here.
Communication to Blaney. Do
if this stays green.
If we've saved enough, this is, it is what it is. They know that Larson is coming. You can't, you don't try to do a fuel strategy, let the guy go, and then make it on gas.
Keselowski, we don't think he has enough gas that he can go to the end. He was trying to break the draft to not help the 12.
Kyle Larson restarted 23rd at lap 130, only 20 laps ago, so he has made a lot of moves.
He's able to do with his car things that other people can't. He's able to enter low, enter high, and still make good lap time. So whatever defense that is being played in front of him, he's able to answer. Look at that late entry. Look how high he is on corner entry. Then look what it does on his exit. He leaves lower, leaves faster. If he can do that on 4, coming down this front straightaway, he can get by Hemrick here.
They're not saving fuel anymore. We just saw over 192 miles an hour by Keselowski as he entered turn 3. We'll see what happens in 1 year. The pace is picking up.
Oh, look, here we go again.
Larson trying to get past Hemrick here.
Is Keselowski or Hemrick running out in front of you? Hemrick's doing a great job.
Keselowski trying to break the draft. Blaney's trying to use it.
Another run by Larson. Can he do anything with it? Not this time.
Blaney looking frustrated because the 6 has picked up his pace. I think he thought he was so low on fuel he could just get by the 6. I mean, look, he's picked up almost 2 miles an hour just in the last few laps.
So Blaney has turned it up. And Keselowski in front of him has done the same to try to stay in front of him. And now, 9 laps to go.
is the 31, worst enemy of the 6. He would love to have that clean air.
Larson behind Hemrick is making Hemrick use that mirror, trying to make him make a mistake. If Hemrick can just miss the bottom of the corner, he got a big run on him again. If he can just miss the bottom of the corner by 6 inches, then Larson can take it. Here he is. Big run, lift right there by Hemrick, letting him go.
Up to third for Larson.
Bottom left, Jonathan Hassler, crew chief of the 12.
Listen to the 12 radio.
That's right. He picked it up now. Be over.
There you have it. And now here comes Larson. Look at the run he has on the 12. 8 laps to go.
Blaney's frustration is...
No. 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 There we go.
Late exit again, late entry rather. Forward momentum on corner exit. Blaney too much speed to match him though.
7 laps to go. Keselowski stays out. And the question now is, how long can Keselowski go before he runs out of fuel?
This is unbelievable. He's been able to go this far. It just shows you the fuel economy these drivers can get when the pace slows.
Blaney entered really low that time. Got kind of stuck behind the 6. Can Larson take advantage of it? No, he can't.
You see, we're showing 52
Blacked on
laps
me
run,
too, yeah.
and really an empty fuel tank for Keselowski right now, or very close to it.
Yeah, empty by math. Fuel still in reality. The 6 somehow stays on the racetrack.
Keselowski has won here at the Brickyard before. The 2 behind him have not. Blaney and Larson. Now 6 laps to go.
Blaney has become a masterful driver of taking advantage of opportunities. I do not believe he's going to make a mistake. Larson's going to have to find a way to take it from him.
And could it be helping Blaney that Keselowski's out there?
No.
I mean, fuel-wise?
Maybe
Not at all?
fuel-wise, but I think he's burning all the fuel right now. I don't think it's a fuel battle anymore. I mean, he's either saved enough or he hasn't. Now it's about holding position on the 5.
I will say this, Rick. When that 6 pulls off and Blaney has clean air, his car is going to drive differently. He is going to have a different driving race car, and he is going to have to adapt immediately. And you don't completely know what's going to happen when you have clean air that first time. That's when Larson needs to jump.
40 green flag laps for Brad Keselowski, 14 yellow. By my math, that's 44, 45 laps of total fuel. I just can't see a world where he can run 5 more laps, but he continues to stay out. If he can pull it off, this will be the most masterful fuel savings I've ever seen.
And that's the driver of the 6. Brad Keselowski out in front. Blaney running second. Larson is third. Larson, the most fuel of all 3. Larson confident that he can get to the end. The other 2, not sure.
But to your point, now you're getting to a point, Jeff, where if the 6 runs out the wrong spot.
Larson got a big run that time. Still not enough, but that was the best run on the exit of 4 he's gotten in the last few laps.
4 to go. Fire's still lit under the hood of the 6.
I'm nervous.
For who?
Everybody.
Keselowski down the backstretch. Blaney in tow. Larson looking for an opportunity. Very close this time. He took a look to the inside. He's not close enough.
A big block by the 12. Nice job getting to the bottom of that corner. Under to 3 to go.
It was such a big block. I didn't know if Blaney could make the corner like he needed to, but he did a great job of getting that block, entering
Wow.
still hitting his marks.
Have we all overestimated the 6? Have we just taken it for granted? Can he possibly run 7.5 more miles?
3 laps, 7.5 more miles. Does he have it in the tank? Keselowski out in front here in Indy.
Well, Logano
3 laps to go. It's going to be crazy because I don't know if Keselowski has enough fuel. I don't think he does.
Quite a bit shorter from
If he does, I'd be
With
shocked.
a big entry into 2 that time, super high.
But I was shocked at Nashville, so.
He's not going to be able to make the move here, but can he force Blaney into a mistake? Right there, that's what he's doing. He's not really thinking he can pass him. He's just wanting Blaney to be looking in the mirror to distract him.
Coming up.
Oh, trouble! No! No! No!
Save. I can tell you that could have been anybody in the top 20 on the radio about saving fuel.
Kyle Busch was running 6th. Now with the caution coming out, there's going to be overtime. So Keselowski, we weren't sure if he was going to make it to 160 laps.
No!
Let's ride along. Contact,
Yeah.
11.
It's been that kind of
Just
year.
stay out.
Busch
Just.
cannot have anything go right. See how low he enters? See his car coming up the racetrack? His entry was so low because of the block that he wasn't
Oh, he
able to
lost
make
so
the
many
corner. And
spots
that's what I
already.
kept
It doesn't
talking
even
about
matter.
Blaney. What he was able to do is enter that.
I'm gonna kill
enter that
myself.
early, still stay on the bottom.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
Just such an early entry.
Doesn't even fucking matter.
The 12 is doing exactly because he's entering that low and it's working out.
Exactly.
Happened just behind the leaders. And now, fuel.
Doesn't even matter anymore, man.
The 8th stopped.
Well, now what?
Boy, overtime.
Well, Brad Keselowski was last on pit road at lap 102. We thought under green they could run 42, maybe 43 laps. He has run 42 laps of green in 15.
Doesn't even matter anymore, man. I'll kill myself.
I mean, that is 57 total laps. Even if you got a 3-to-1 on your cautions, meaning you can run 3 cautions for the price of 1 green flag lap, that's 47 total laps of the fuel tank. So it's just such an amazing job. Now the question, though, is on a very flat racetrack, you know, can you fill the pickup up? Can it accelerate? This is the track we see stacked.
Ah!
Pit road is open. We'll see if anybody takes it.
Chester!
Well, I think they want to, but I just don't think Matt McCall, the crew chief of this 6 car at this point, you just got to ride it out.
Oh, you see right here, Denny Hamlin. So they must have not been comfortable with their fuel savings, and Zane Smith. So these guys were on pit road 10 laps after Brad Keselowski, and yet they're coming to pit road now, Kim.
Including Zane Smith. They told him we do not have enough. We in fact think we are too put on it. So you see the gas going in for Zane Smith.
Chris Gabehart makes the call to bring Denny Hamlin down pit road, Kim. He said a moment ago, I don't think we can make it. I don't think we're going to have a choice. We're going to have to come down here. 4 to go. Denny Hamlin, who's had one of the better cars today, led 21 laps at this point. Going to have to pit to make sure they can make it to the end of the race. Right side tires and fuel.
38 of Kyle Busch on the inside of the 11, drifts up the racetrack and spins around and into the outside wall.
How is this Chili's 3 for me only $10.99 when fast food is so expensive?
Could be because we don't have to pay for any mascots.
Please! I was born for this! Please!
Never gonna happen.
Wait, I know the song! I want my baby back, baby back, baby back.
He doesn't work here.
Chili's! Baby back, ribs!
3 for me means more for you. Get a bottomless drink, bottomless chips and salsa, and the all-new Big Smasher Burger with fries for just $10.99 only at Chili's. Stop.
Queen Diva!
You ready?
Is it DNF?
all the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Back at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and the number 6 team of Brad Keselowski has made their bet. You guys stayed out. Do you have enough to make it to the end?
I mean, I think we're short, but sometimes you don't really know what you have, right? You try to compute everything, so we're going to see what happens. Go from there.
What are you telling your driver?
Just have fun. I mean, there's nothing else we can do about it now. We've committed, we've laid the groundwork, and we're going to make it to 160. We're going to need a couple more, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, we'll see what happens with this team.
All right, Steve, let's talk about fuel in the pickup.
Well, let's talk about how these fuel cells work, right? We heard about it, so we're inside the fuel cell left and right. There's 2 pickups. Both of these have fuel in it. And what happens is they both pick up right side and left side and fill that box up and go. The problem is this is flat right here. So on a bank track, it kind of fills to the left side. If you're going around at speed, it fills to the right side. But here in Indianapolis with no banking, I mean, you can have a 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch of fuel kind of sloshing around down there, and it just doesn't get picked up. That's why you're going to see cars kind of moving back and forth to not only clean the tires, but to fill up the fuel pickups, Dave.
Nervous times for Jonathan Hassler, crew chief for Ryan Blaney. Do your pickups have enough fuel to get to the end, and maybe a little bit more?
Yeah, I think we're probably good for this one green white checker. Definitely in a little better situation than 6. So hopefully we can get this win right here.
Good luck.
I like it, and for that reason, I really like Blaney having the opportunity to choose next to the 6. So if the 6 doesn't accelerate, he can kind of get clear. Let's not mess up that 45. He had some pace back there as well.
Yeah, what does Larson do right here? We've seen how aggressive he is on corner entry. I think the goal for Larson is to try to get forward momentum and pop it 3 wide, getting into 1. I don't know that you can win this race any other way. With Blaney on the outside, he is going, unless he's not able to clear the 6. I think Blaney has a little faster car. If he clears the 6, it's game over. So I think Larson has to be on full offense on the front straightaway when he launches coming to turn 1.
Let's listen to the 12 radio.
Buddy, this is for all the marbles at Brickyard. Go get them.
I think anytime you mention Brickyard, it just makes you dig a little bit deep. Even if you've been digging pretty deep, you want to dig a little bit deeper to grab the win here.
Yeah, look at the list of names, right? Keselowski, Blaney, Larson, Reddick. We've talked about them. Bell has just kind of had a quiet day. Here he is in 5th. Todd Gilliland 6th. Cindric after the penalty all the way back to 7th.
Who's going to kiss the bricks? We're going to find out.
At 8th, Ryan Preece, Suarez.
Back to Elliott before you have somebody who we would guess has enough fuel at 124.
I'm done guessing.
Road.
Since Brad's still running, I'm done guessing.
So many times, Steve did a great job of explaining how these fuel cells work. But so many times when cars get low on fuel, you think they're fine, you think they're running. When you get in the restart zone, they don't go. And it happens.
Bob Melvin got ejected before the game even started. How?
Trying to get them launched and pick up enough fuel when the car's going forward, all the acceleration is going forward. That's when we seem to have problems.
And these fuel-injected systems don't need a lot of fuel pressure to
Here
idle.
we go.
But when you step on the gas and you need to go, you need increased fuel pressure.
6 is close.
Here we go. Oh, Brad Keselowski's out. Brad Keselowski is out. Green flag. Oh, trouble! Crash!
There'll be another restart.
Yeah, for the 4th time today.
Wow, another big crash.
John Hunter Nemechek involved in the 42.
Wow, Hamlin's involved.
There's Denny Hamlin.
Big crash.
Just come to pit road. He's involved.
Guys, are you okay?
Chase Briscoe has damage to that number 14.
And all these guys with damage.
Wow.
Hope everyone's okay. Interesting to see if Larson did get in front of Blaney there. He's being scored as he's in front of him, but they've got to go back and determine that.
So Bowman was involved in this one.
It's such an interesting situation. So what happens with the 6 being the leader, he then establishes the inside lane. He has the right to take off first. NASCAR's going to work on this lineup. But then what happens is when the 6 pits, that moves up and let the 5 start on the front row.
That's correct.
It's a nice 19-second green flag run there.
Big contact in one.
That's a big shot. I think that's the 42 right there, the white car is.
It's such a good day John Hunter had. Just a block, another block. So Nemechek made a very late block, getting into 1. Watch this. See, Nemechek came down the racetrack. Hemrick was there. Big impact.
Yeah, Hamlet should not have pit.
Those are big wrecks.
Nemechek glanced off that inside, the barrier in between pit road and the outside wall.
Yeah, see, here comes Hemrick. And, yeah, he just, Hemrick couldn't get slowed down like Nemechek expected it that he could. They were on corner entry as well.
Yeah, Larson is definitely
makes it even
ahead.
that much harder to gauge it.
You see
Red
the
flag.
NBC logo. The cars have been stopped on the front straightaway.
Glancing blow off that inside wall.
And the red flag, I don't believe, has anything to do with fuel load, and NASCAR's not really ever done that. Just this track is so narrow that they have to get the cleanup underway in turn 1 with all the cars sitting down there.
Due to the breaking news today, the NASCAR Cup Series race on NBC will be available on USA for the conclusion of this race from Indianapolis. You see the red flag has been displayed for the second overtime. So as the track is getting cleared up,
$1 million. Now in one of only 17 people.
Take a look at the restart right here.
So the race will move to USA.
So the 6 of Brad Keselowski was the leader of the race. He chose the inside lane. Kyle Larson chose the outside lane. Ryan Blaney chose the outside lane. When the 6 comes to pit road, it's post-choose. The choose has happened. The inside lane moves up. The rule is then the 12 becomes the control car. Now Ryan Blaney on the outside has the right to start this race. Kyle Larson gets a freebie row, but the 12 gets to fire first as we roll into the restart zone. I'm not sure what happened. I'm wondering if the drivers knew the rule, knew who could fire first, but the rule is the 6 moves, the inside lane moves up. That makes the 12 now the leader of the race.
You're exactly right on all the rules. And remember, this restart thing happened earlier this year at Richmond. Hamlin got a great launch by a few feet. You'll see a little bit of a hit right there from Gilliland from behind.
So I don't have a problem with the restart. Here's my thinking, though. Ryan Blaney is mentally preparing to restart second. That's a different approach, right, Jeff? He's like, all right, I'm going to judge this. The 6 is going to accelerate. Here's what I'm going to do. Then instantly, he goes from second to first. Now he has to change his whole mindset. He hasn't been prepared to roll them into the restart zone. When should he fire? His whole mindset has to change. And I just think the 12 would have got a better restart if he knew he was the control car. It was kind of dropped in his lap, Jeff, at the last minute.
and again under a red flag condition here as we will have another overtime. So another attempt at overtime. And a reminder, again, because of the breaking news that took place earlier today, this Cup race ask you to turn right over after the commercial break. And there's a possibility that we will go straight there as, again, they're trying to clean up the racetrack. This was a pretty big incident in turn number 1 involving quite a few cars. So as they're cleaning up the racetrack, the red flag has been displayed. There's still another opportunity in front of these drivers to win the Brickyard 400. Who is going to grab it? Again, make sure to join us on USA for the conclusion of the Brickyard 400 for the NASCAR Cup Series.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted.
Working yours together. I mean, I was excited, right, Otto?
100 in front of these drivers. The opportunity to win one of the crown jewels of NASCAR. Larson, Blaney, Reddick, Gilliland, Bell, all in the top 5. Dave, what about the 12? Ryan Blaney, are they feeling confident they've got enough fuel?
Well, Steve and Jeff did a good job of explaining the rule. This is what Ryan Blaney thought.
Get away! Then he gets to jump up a row, and I get, because someone runs that again.
So, clearly not happy, and obviously you guys said it happened after the choose. Had he chosen as the control car, he would have chosen the inside because the later radio transmission was...
He's so bad.
Win from up here. Of course, the team encouraging him that he can win from the outside, but clearly now Larson, if he is the control car, would choose the inside. So, a lot happening.
That is 100% the rule. The rule is called correctly here. And to Steve's point, you have to adjust. But you have to adjust on the fly in the second. Because he has spent the last 3 or 4 minutes planning a restart, knowing what he was going to have to do, and in a matter of a second it changed. And now your head starts spinning. What do I do? What do I do? But the rule is right. They got this rule right. Now, he may not like it, but the only way to fix it is not throw the green flag. The only way to fix it is if you don't like the rule, you have to go all the way around the racetrack, do the whole choose situation all over again, and that's not what we're going to do. We're going to go back green. It's been this rule for forever, and it's not the wrong rule. Was it a disadvantage? Was it bad break for Blaney? Yes. But I don't think having another 2 laps of caution to fix it is worth it.
He should be back green. He should be furious at the situation. Just not at, somebody thinking it was incorrect. Right. That's just what happens.
And it was 200 yards. I mean, literally, Brad Keselowski pulls off the racetrack, and 200 yards later is the line for the restart. And so there's not a lot of time for Blaney to grab all of that information and, like you said, put a plan together for that restart.
But let me say this. It's the competitors' jobs to know the rules. That is paramount to being successful in this sport. And if you know the rule, now you just change focus. Now you change focus on what do I have to do rather than emotionally going through this is wrong, this is wrong. Yes, I caught a bad break, but this is the rule. And then you put your energy to that. You don't put your energy to this is wrong. You put your energy to, okay, now what do I have to do? Because he becomes the controller of the restart. So now he's got to change gears and say, how do I control this restart to my advantage rather than this is wrong, this is wrong. That's 2 different looks at it, Rick. I like to look at it of how do I take advantage of it rather than I got put in a bad situation.
And so, once again, just a reminder, overtime, under a red flag condition, they're cleaning up turn number 1. There was quite a few cars that were involved. There's fluid that has been put down in turn 1, and we know that these cars are turning in excess of 190 to 195 miles an hour when they go to turn into turn number 1. And so they want to make sure that that surface is clear.
So the rules are, we've explained, that the 12 becomes the restart. So let's talk about this. The 6 pulls off. I mean, last minute, he's cleaning up his tires, swerving. I mean, he basically follows the pace car. The 5 and the 12 pull up. And now it basically comes down to, how this gets fired off. And when you watch it, I don't know if the 12 doesn't accelerate very good. If the 5 rolls a little bit, at the end of it, the restart itself doesn't bother me. I don't think the 5 jumped the restart by any means. I know there's going to be some that disagree with that. We see a lot of restarts. That was no means do I want that to be in the hands of the officials. That is racing. I just think if the 12 knows he's the leader on the backstretch, 20 seconds earlier, when his nose hits line 1, he's gone. There's no way Ryan Blaney waits to the end of that restart zone if he has 20 seconds to kind of get his mind around that.
Well, we have to consider, does Larson know the rule?
Maybe he thought he was.
Did he think he was the control of the restart?
Good question. That's a good question. Those 5 cars involved in the accident there on lap 162 that are in the lower left. And Marty, I believe you have caught up with Cliff Daniels. Is he feeling confident about this next restart?
Boy, Rick, what a scrappy day it has been for this 5 team. The bad pit stop earlier on. You have managed your way to get track position here, Cliff. What do you think about this final restart and how you coach your driver through it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be a key restart, and have a lot of confidence in Kyle. He does so well in these type of situations. I know he's going to be ready and prepared. Obviously, everybody around us is going to be tight on fuel, us included. So I'm looking forward to watching him, execute the restart. Really proud of our HendrickCars.com team. It has definitely been a tough day. I'm really proud of our guys, the way they handled the situation when we did have a lug start to cross thread. I'd gotten frustrated at the moment, not knowing what happened, but our guys played it great. Very proud of the pit crew. And it's just going to take a minute to give a shout out to the folks at Hendrick Motorsports. We put a lot of prep into this race, engine shop, car shop, the sim department, and everyone has really, pulled together for this race right before the 2-week off break. And really proud to
yeah, just let everyone know the finish of this race will be on USA. It is on USA right now. I mean, I haven't checked NBC. I don't know if they can still watch it on there, but I doubt
Yeah, I
it.
mean, we'll see. The interesting part about
I think
the way
it's
that
local
whole run took
news.
place is while the 12 was up front,
The race is on USA now.
we had to go hard to get through traffic. So the relativity of the fuel on board may be a little more equal, if that makes sense, just because the fuel burn that we had under green. So yeah, we have a little bit more on board, which is good for us. And obviously he's done his part Blaney's done his part to save fuel. So be fun to see how it plays out here. Hopefully we can get a green run to the end, and we don't keep having a lot of yellows. So we'll see.
So what do you do under this red flag? Do you leave your driver alone? Do you let him think through the restart? Because I heard you say on the last restart, I want you to think through what you're going to do on this restart.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's a lot that I'll coach him on right here. He obviously just did a great job on that one. And what's fun about working with him, he drives so many different types of cars. He's so dynamic. He knows what it takes to start up front and lead a sprint car race or a late model race, a cup race, even the IndyCar experience that he had. So I think all of that, different experience for him really pays off in a situation like this where he can think through, step by step what he has to execute. So I'm not going to mess with him.
The crown jewel is on the line here. One they have not won, Rick. Now, one note, Kyle Larson did say a moment ago, the starter on the 5 car is not working, so they're going to need a push-off. And see, that should not be a big deal, correct?
Because NASCAR red flagged and stopped the cars. That's the difference. If you stop in your pit stall on your own and it won't crank, man, too bad. NASCAR stopped
We're
the
under
cars.
red
so
flag
you
for
will be
12
allowed to have
minutes
a
here.
push. They will push you basically a lap, right? But if it will not fire all the way around back to turn 4, they'll shove you down pit roads. I assume it will fire off if it's only a starter issue, but it's worth noting, Marty, we'll keep an eye on that 5 car.
And so Marty had mentioned this is one of the crown jewels that Kyle Larson doesn't have. He's won the 600. He's won the Southern 500, looking for a Brickyard 400. This is the reason for the caution. Accident on the restart, claiming 5 cars that are now out of the race. We'll have a restart when we return.
Now with Straight Talk, get iPhone 12 for a super great deal. All with real unlimited data. Super interested? Cool. Buy iPhone 12 with super fast 5G and a dual camera system. Then get real unlimited data on the Silver Unlimited plan for just $20 a month for a whole year. That's $300 in savings. Told you it was super great. Savings plus a new iPhone always makes sense. Less dollars, more sense. Now with Straight Talk.
You're unbelievable.
Applebee's mozzarella sticks are just 50 cents for a limited time.
You're so unbelievable.
Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
COPD isn't pretty. I'm out of breath and often out of the picture. But this is my story. And with one Stanley Trilogy, it can still be beautiful. Because with 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trilogy keeps my airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Trelegy also improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or...
So we've been under the red flag for almost 14 minutes here.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
An experienced QPC eater knows you should never let the ketchup that falls from the hot and juicy burger go to waste.
That's one hell of a drive there, D8. Bring it on, baby. Yeah, boy. Great job.
I'ma give the people just what they want. Trophies, banners up on their walls. Champagne bottles emptied on floors.
Checker, server, nice work. Oh, we got guys. Hell yeah, boys. Doing it hard. That's how you win a race, Keith.
Right after the Paris 2024 Olympic break, it will be to Richmond. Take a look at the playoff standings as they run. That gap between Chastain and Wallace, 4 points separate those two.
And don't forget, when we go to Richmond, Option Tires, big news story. We talk about changes in NASCAR for the first time in a points-paying race. You're going to have the regular tire we see every week, and then a couple sets of softer tires. Who uses them at the right time?
Tough race for the driver of the 48s, Alex Bowman. He was involved in the most recent incident. He's standing by with Kim.
Yeah, Rick, part of that stack up during the restart. We heard on the radio it hurt or that hurt, something hurt. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Certainly a big one, though. I feel like they normally are here. So, yeah, bummer day. We didn't have a very good day going with our Ally Camaro. We were pretty fast. We had some air on it, but just really tight and dirty air, and was stuck in traffic there. And getting blocked all down the straightaway for 27th was pretty fun. So, just didn't need to be that far back in that position, right? We should be running better than that. And unfortunately, the way the strategy fell and the cautions fell, we got buried there and struggled to overcome it. But yeah, we had a lot going on. My dash was on fire at one point. That was kind of cool. Interesting day for sure.
On that restart, could you see what was happening in front of you or get any sense of what was going on?
Yeah, I mean the 77 was being super aggressive, trying to get low, and so I just filled the middle, and then the bottom crashed and washed up across in front of me. So, yeah, nowhere to go or anything we could do. I think I hit the 42, and then really hit the outside wall. So, hate it. Glad everybody seems to be all right, but yeah, not the day we needed.
Hard hit for Alex Bowman. Glad he's okay, Dave.
Christopher Bell pitted on lap 112. I just checked in with his crew chief, Adam Stevens. I said, how are you on fuel? Bad. He said he thinks maybe they have 1.5 gallons left. Steve, so we'll do some math there. If it's a 2.5 mile track, 1 gallon gets you 2.5 miles and a little bit more. So probably not much more beyond a lap and a half, maybe 2 laps here, Kim.
And Dave, John Hunter Nemechek has been released from the care center, also part of that stack up on the restart. Walk us through what you could see and what you knew what was happening.
I changed lanes there.
So the engines are refire. We're back under yellow.
Had a pretty good run, and everyone started checking up, getting in
after
I checked up. And
16-minute red flag.
I think I got hooked kind of in the left rear here. I'm not really sure. I moved down and kind of just got me there. It sucks. Our Pi Barker Toyota Camry XSE was really fast today. We led laps. Not leading laps at a speedway race, actually leading laps today. Proud of all the guys, proud of the effort. Pi Barker Fire and Safety colors looked really good today. Thank you to everyone, Toyota, TRD, everyone to keep us safe. That was a really hard hit, but overall excited for a couple weeks off here after the last few weeks, but proud that we've been able to show speed 3 out of the last, I guess, 5 weeks. So looking forward to getting back after the break and seeing what we can do.
17-minute red flag, and the red has been lifted back under caution as they're doing some finishing touches to turn 1. And the field's rolling.
What not to be lost in all of this chaos is what Cliff Daniels was talking about, fuel load and fuel burn, right? So everybody that hit it in lap 112, which is a majority of the front, be short on fuel check, and I was checking in with Cliff Daniels. But Cliff was saying, hey, I know it looks good because we came 10 laps later, but we were hammered down. The whole time the leaders were out there running 52-second laps, Kyle was not worried about fuel. He had to push it. So, you know, Cliff was not one to normally make up a motion, but you did feel like there was a little bit of twinge, and I don't want to have a whole lot of these overtimes. Maybe Larson himself isn't good enough on fuel.
You know, somebody that has kind of snuck themselves back into this is Tyler Reddick. And how many races has he come so close to winning and it get away from him? He actually has a lap more fuel than Larson, so a little more insurance with him. He is going to be pushing hard. I mean, he's, you know, we've heard in those races where he's run second, we've heard the disappointment in his voice. It's devastated him to lose those races, and here he is at the Brickyard with a chance to win, and then lining up next to him is going to be Todd Gilliland. You know, a guy looking for his first win, doing a great job, has turned a lot of heads this year, signed a long-term contract with this team. Here he is in position, and I'm telling you, if whoever's in third, second row, bottom lane, that could be the place to be, because if the two leaders get together door to door like they've been all day long and that hole opens up, that could be a key to victory. That could be a pathway to victory.
Too many blank squares there on the leaderboard for me to think this is going to be the last overtime finish.
Yeah.
We saw this at Nashville. Fuel, wreck. 5 overtimes at Nashville, and Joey Logano somehow survived with fuel in the tank. And I think it's the same situation here. There's so many guys, Jeff, stumble. You know, nobody is caring. They're going to push like you're going to go, and if you don't go, it'll be another wreck.
Pit road is open, and we're not seeing any takers. It will end up being a 2-lap shootout if this is the final overtime. But as you mentioned, it might not be.
Ross Chastain was on pit road under the last yellow, and he's back to 15th already. Right? I mean, Austin Dillon having a great, I mean, he's back to 18th. So, you know, we don't know what's front 15 positions.
The only thing we are assured of is that the restart's going to be wild. We have seen blocking. We have seen aggressive late moves. And that has caused many cautions. Most of these cautions are because of restarts. Well, now, you know, it's essentially 2 to go when they drop the green here, and it's going to become. Why is it going to become less aggressive? And I think that's the key, right? Is who makes the wrong move at the wrong time, and will that be the last caution? Because if we keep getting these cautions, then that brings fuel even that much more into question.
So the next time they come by will be when they choose. They get to choose inside, outside, and then we go for the restart. As they continue to do a little cleanup down in turn 1.
And all the crew chiefs are telling their drivers to watch fuel pressure lights, because what will happen is, while we don't have that reserve switch anymore, they're probably already on 2 switches, running both pickups, everything we showed you in the animation, you get a little bit of a hint. You know, at these speeds, at idle, if you see fuel pressure drop at idle, or any signal that you're out of fuel, you absolutely don't have fuel for full acceleration at RPM. And for sure not at a 2.5-mile racetrack.
Something else that is going on and that has been created with all this chaos. Look at the points. Chris Buescher, who a few weeks ago we thought was in great shape, he's only 16 points to the good. Chastain only 7 to the good. Bubba Wallace, he's only 7 behind. He's made up a lot of ground the last few weeks. He's running 5th. Could he get a win here and lock himself into playoffs? This battle is getting tighter and tighter.
So they'll come back by for the choose. Right now, this race is in the hands of Larson. So Kyle Larson's up front. We believe he has the most fuel of the people around him.
Him and Reddick.
And so with the position he's in, if they're able to get all the way around.
Behind yeah, you're right.
Somebody runs out of fuel.
I was Hamill behind JJ, Hemrick, and Bowman when he continued on after the wreck and they stopped. Well, I don't fucking know, dude. They're not.
I think NASCAR is gonna, you know,
wait.
see if they'll pull off in one of the open
No,
tracks
there's
there.
multiple laps down.
I think they would wait to see what that driver does before they put the caution.
But he's not going to be in a minute.
Blaney is going to argue with that. You know, Blaney's going to do everything in his power here. They're coming to get to choose. So which lane is Larson going to go with?
He's going inside.
I'm surprised. I am really surprised that he went to the bottom. I think that that has exposed him to Blaney just getting on that door and just crowding him down and having a drag race down the back straightaway.
So Reddick's going to start behind Larson. It's Blaney and Gilliland that will be the first 2 rows on the outside.
Brickyard 400, the return to the oval, 30 years since the first race. I mean, there's just so many things. All races are important. All wins put you into the playoffs. This is one, especially if you're Ryan Blaney, who drives for Roger Penske, the man who owns the Speedway. Let's listen in.
All right, keep saving as long as you can. I think we're okay for this one. It's going to be close. Any more is going to be a real big stretch, but got one shot at it here.
Okay, I understand you want to save fuel. I get it. But to get your tires clean, to be able to launch in this restart zone, you need to be buzzing the rear tires, spinning them, getting heat in them, cleaning them off, swerving like this. You can't swerve like this when you're not under acceleration. You have to be using fuel to have the tires ready. So the whole goal here for Larson, in my eyes, is number one, he needs a big push. He needs Tyler Reddick pushing him hard through the restart zone. And he needs to leave before the 12 car. He has to surprise Blaney. If he can surprise Blaney, get launched first, maybe he can clear him before he ever gets to turn 1. But if Blaney checks him and it leaves the restart zone door to door with him, it's going to be game on.
Steve, any last words before they come out of turn 4?
Look, if I am, say, Tyler Reddick's crew chief, I would say, look, the 12 and 38 are lowest on fuel. So, you know, don't give up. Don't panic right away. They could run out of gas. We get to be doing this again. I would just make sure I'm giving every sort of opportunity and all the hope possible to my driver.
And when we see Larson let Reddick know when to go, will he put the hand out the window and tell him to go so that he gets a shove into that restart zone and across the stripe? It's about to happen. The pace car has gone on to pit road. Larson in control.
Here we go.
Blaney on the outside.
Gonna have 2 laps to go.
Overtime. It'll be 2 laps.
Green flag.
A great launch for Larson. Reddick way back. Here comes Blaney on the outside. Larson easily by Blaney. And you see Blaney wiggling. Does he have enough fuel?
I think Larson's got this.
Larson holds off Reddick.
Oh, around goes the 41 of Ryan
He's
Preece.
going to make contact. He does with the inside wall.
No caution.
He continues to roll. They stay green if that car will continue to roll.
No caution.
He's trying to roll.
That's Ryan Preece, and he is trying to roll, but he's got a flat right rear tire.
Give me a caution.
Will they see the white flag? Larson in front. Reddick
White flag.
One more time.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. That's stupid. We've seen this literally before. Pocono 2023. Literally Ryan Preece. That's going to be a caution. Caution, that's it.
Larson's going to do it.
That's
Larson
it.
is going to win the Brickyard 400.
Literally seen this before.
He started to roll. He couldn't continue.
With exactly Preece. That's so stupid. That is so fucking stupid.
Career victory, and it comes with another crown jewel win.
But Kyle Larson wins the Brickyard 400.
Month of May that Kyle Larson had here trying to run his first Indy 500. The fans here absolutely showed him tons of love. Every time he'd come to pit road, they'd all stand up and cheer.
Brickyard 400, baby, hell yeah!
It didn't work out for him on that day, but it has today.
Good job, guys. Good job.
That's so stupid.
They had the orange on there from Arrow McLaren. They wanted to do the double. There's Mr. H. He was the honorary pit car, or pace car driver earlier, celebrating with the team. The orange is on the car from that attempt at the double in May where he was going to run the Indy 500 and then go run the Coke 600, but because of rain here in Indianapolis, he stayed to finish the race. He got to Charlotte late and wasn't able to get into the car in Charlotte.
NASCAR's dumb as fuck for
the rain
that.
in Charlotte pushed it too late to where they couldn't restart, so Larson wasn't able to do the double. But now, Kyle Larson wins at the most famous racetrack in the world. Kyle Larson has been deemed one of the, if not the greatest race car driver in the world today. This was the issue that ended up bringing the caution out where Ryan Preece could not continue. It looks like Elliott gets him from behind. Just grazed that inside wall, but I think the rear tire's going down. Did not enable him to keep going. Rick Hendrick spent the month of May, a lot of the month of May here watching how Kyle Larson was doing in the IndyCar. On the scoring pylon here, he parks it on the yard of bricks. The tradition that Dale Jarrett, Todd Parrott started when they won the Brickyard 400, and now that tradition has continued for everyone who races here in Indianapolis.
During the month of May, these Indianapolis fans fell in love with Kyle Larson today. Here in July, he delivers them a win in the Brickyard 400. The third crown jewel for Kyle Larson, the 11th for Mr. Hendrick and Hendrick Motorsports. Crowd chanting Larson. I told you they fell in love with him during the month of May. Kyle, you've won some big races in your career, but this is Indianapolis. Is this ranked number one now?
It's for sure up there. Like you mentioned, this is just such a prestigious place and such hallowed ground, and pretty neat to just to get an opportunity to race here on the oval again. And what a job by our team. I mean, never gave up at all. And we had the pit stop issue there early on, and just fought and dug and had things work out. So just can't thank them enough. HendrickCars.com, Valvoline, Chevrolet, Genya Ramen Bar, Prime, all the fans too. I love you Indiana fans. And I know you guys love me too. So how about we come back next May and try and kiss these bricks on the IndyCar?
Is that a guarantee you're doing the double again?
I'd love to. We'll work on it. So I hope we can announce something soon, and see you guys all next May.
Does this make up for the month of May that you had this year, Kyle, when you left very disappointed?
It does. I mean, I guess a little bit. I wish we could have got to do both and run the 600, because we had a phenomenal papaya orange cars for that race too. But I think everything just comes full circle, and everything's meant to be. And today was definitely felt meant to be for us. With the way the strategy was working out. Brad running out of fuel, me and Harrington in the front row, and all that. Just a lot had to fall into place, and thankfully it did. So I just can't believe it. It's just surreal to win here, and can't wait to kiss these bricks with my team. Rick Hendrick, who's here finally, my family, my friends, everybody. My parents are here, so we'll be celebrating these next couple weeks.
There's only one crown jewel left for Kyle Larson to check off the list. That's the Daytona 500, because now he's a winner at Indianapolis.
So after he got all the fans fired up and pumped up about him coming back in May, who's going to tell him he can't?
Fuck you.
That was the ultimate call right there.
Yeah, that's right. Calling his shot. Hey,
Fuck you, NASCAR. I agree with that, Daniel.
And he talks about the double.
It sucked that the race was under caution, but it really was a great race today.
So much
and I'm happy about that.
This May, Kyle Larson trying to do the double.
It really was a great race.
And then go to do the Coke 600. Well, he wasn't able to do the double.
And it sucks that we won't have another race until August 11th. It's July 21st right now, so it's about 3 weeks. I mean, it's a long time till we have another race. A long time. And I'm not looking forward to that. I will be live for the Red Sox games, the ones I can be live for. And that's what I'll be doing on next Sunday, and I'm assuming the Sunday after that is I'll just be streaming the Red Sox.
They put their names in arenas.
It sucks there's no NASCAR, but
so naturally,
yeah, I mean, we'll have the Red Sox stuff we'll avoid.
We decided to deflate our prices due to not hating.
Fun times today. I really did love this race. It sucks that it ended under caution. And it sucks that Kyle had his fucking issues again. Well, what can I fucking expect? It's gonna happen every fucking race, so can I just... I'm not gonna hate every race because Kyle wrecks? No. It was a fun race.
But don't wait. Use promo code BIG25 to save. Visit pods.com today.
And I appreciate you guys for watching. I'm gonna end this stream right here. Like I said, I'll be live August 10th for the truck race, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. I might be working that night. Who knows? But hopefully I will. And then obviously I'll be live August 11th for the Cup race. So yeah. I want to thank you guys for watching, and peace out.
So come on, let's live a little.
When Just for Men eliminates gray, you get a great before and after. And then the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And try one-day beard and brow color. The fastest, easiest way to cover grays and define lines.
Ally has savings buckets to help you save for anything you want to buy. Because everyone has something they're saving for.